Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the special meeting of the Mountain View City Council of November 19th, 2024. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Kamei.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Councilmember Ramos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Matichak.
Here.
Mayor Showalter.
Here.
You have a quorum with Councilmember Abicoga absent.
Thank you. All right. So the next item is 2, closed session report. City Attorney Logue, do we have a closed session report?
Yes, we do. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. In closed session on November 12, 2024, City Council approved settlement of a legal dispute with respect to the applicability of SB 330, the Housing Accountability Act, including Builder's Remedy, and the city's ability to condition approval of the housing development project located at 2645 through 2655 Fayette Drive on compliance with certain development standards and requirements. The settlement became final today, November 19th, 2024, and the general substance of the agreement is that if the city approves the project entitlements subject to the agreed upon conditions of approval attached to the agreement, the applicant, Octane Fayette LLC, waives its right to challenge the city's imposition of those conditions of approval in court. A copy of the settlement agreement with the agreed upon conditions of approval has been posted online with the agenda. A hard copy of the settlement agreement is available for review by members of the public over by the table, on the table by the city clerk. And a hard copy can also be obtained through request under the Public Records Act. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good news. All right. So then we move on to item 3, presentation. Please note, this is a presentation only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after the presentation. If you would like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. And we are happy, it's Small Business Saturday in Mountain View Proclamation is what we're going to have a presentation on. And we're happy to be joined this evening by Jean Boulanger, manager of Red Rock Coffee, to accept this proclamation. Jean, can you join me at the lectern?
Hi, everybody. Hi. You too.
Hello, good to see you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for coming. All right. So, why don't you come on this side so people can see us? All right. Whereas the City of Mountain View, California celebrates our local small businesses and contributions they make to our local economy and community. According to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 34.7 million small businesses in the United States. Small businesses represent 99.7% of firms with paid employees. Small businesses are responsible for 61.1% of net new jobs created since 1995. And small businesses employ 45.9% of the employees in the private sector of the United States. And whereas 68 cents of every dollar spent at a small business in the United States stays in that local community, and every dollar spent at a small business creates an additional 48 cents in local business activity as a result of employees and local businesses purchasing local goods and services. Whereas 59% of consumers aware of Small Business Saturday shopped or ate at small, independently owned retailer or restaurant on Small Business Saturday 2023. And whereas the City of Mountain View supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore, I, Pat Showalter, Mayor of Mountain View, California, do hereby proclaim November 30th as Small Business Saturday in Mountain View. And I urge our residents and our community across the country to go to small businesses and merchants and spend their money there. So, thank you so much. I wanted to give this to Jean because her business, Red Rock Coffee, it really kind of epitomizes what is fun and valuable for our community. Not only does she provide great coffee and pastries in a nice atmosphere, but she also provides a meeting place for people and activities that many people of our community enjoy. And it's a very welcoming space. So that kind of mix of an area where you can have an activity as well as buy something is what we think is going to last much, much longer than anything we can buy from Amazon. It's so important to our community. So, Jean, thank you so much. And go ahead and say a few words if you'd like to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you to Pat and to everyone on the council for considering me for this. I'm really grateful to have been in my role as general manager at Red Rock for 17 years. On behalf of our owner, who just 4 years ago purchased Red Rock and rescued it, I'm very grateful to receive this. Also on behalf of our staff who have remained employed throughout the pandemic and now as we move into this new season. Thankful for the downtown improvements that have happened and the ones that are yet to come. And I'm most of all grateful for anyone that has come through our doors as a customer or as someone in open mic or come to the game nights. We welcome you. We are thankful that you're here and keep coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, would any member of the council like to say a few words? Councilmember Hicks.
Well, I'm just going to give you a short thank you. It's certainly a labor of love, and I'm glad we've been to, or hopefully we've showed a little love back here. And when is the next open mic? Every Monday, so next Monday. Okay, some of us should be there.
Is there any public comment? Anybody in the council chambers? I see Mr. Peter Katz coming forward. Later.
I just would like to echo all the kind words that were said. And, I just think it's so appropriate when Jean walked in, she was waving to everybody because Jean really is one of the true faces of downtown. And when you talk to people about what does downtown mean to you, what does local business mean to you, Red Rock always comes into the conversation. And I would be remiss if I didn't come to the mic and thank Jean specifically for all of her work with the Downtown Business Association as well as with the Chamber and making sure that our small businesses have a strong and powerful and meaningful voice. So thank you.
Thank you. All right.
George Markle, that was a wonderful attribution, and I share the feeling, the wonderful business that she has. It's so welcoming and caffeine, and I'll probably see you tomorrow.
Okay. Do we have any speakers on Zoom, clerk? We do?
April Webster.
Oh, okay. April, please join us.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just want to reiterate what I've heard from other speakers. I think small business, a diversity of small business, fun, valuable experiences is really important for a vibrant, connected, and healthy community. I might speak to this later, but At the community meeting for Moffett Precise Plan, that theme came up a lot. And, you know, I think I was actually one of the people who put forward the thought of having more coffee shops as, you know, for placemaking and having opportunities for people in our community to socialize and connect. So I love going to Red Rock, and I think we need more experiences and businesses like that in our community. Thank you so much for letting me comment.
Thank you. Okay. So that brings our presentation section to an end, and we move on to item 4, which is the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration or comment. If an item is pulled from the consent calendar, it would be considered separately following approval of the balance of the consent calendar. If you would like to speak on these items or the next item, oral communications on non-agenda items, in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any council member like to pull an item? I see Vice Mayor Matichek has.
I'd like to pull item 4.2, please.
So do you want to pull that for discussion or formally? Okay, all right. So what can I have a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar items?
Mayor, do you want to take public call for public
Oh, you're right. Sorry. We should take public comment on the consent calendar items 1 and 3. Is there anyone who would like to speak on items 1 or 3? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council, and we need a motion. I'm not sure that our look, we're having a little technical difficulty. It looks like the mover first is Allison Hicks, and who was the seconder? Okay, okay, Councilmember Ramos, thank you. All right. Or maybe this time there isn't anything to read. Oh, we lucked out. Okay. All right. Then let's take a vote. The motion passes unanimously. All right, so now we move on to item 4.2. Vice Mayor Matichek.
Thank you. So I thought we should revisit the dates of a couple of the council meetings in 2025. While I won't be sitting here at those meetings, I thought maybe some of you would note that the March 11th meeting is during the NLC conference in Washington, D.C., and the November 18th meeting is during the NLC conference that's in a different city every year. And so maybe we want to consider moving those, since it's really hard to participate, or it's more challenging to participate virtually than it is when you're sitting here, especially if you're the mayor, and somebody else sits in for you. So the March 11th, I was thinking maybe that should be moved to March 5th, before the meeting, before the conference, I mean. And then November 18th, that one's a little tricky because it's in November when there are some holidays. But maybe that could be moved to November 25th, which is the 3 days before Thanksgiving, but it is before the Thanksgiving holiday. But hey, I'm open to other dates if folks want to consider it.
Does staff have any comment about
March
this?
5th.
Assistant City Manager Ramberg?
One consideration is moving meeting dates off of the typical cadence does create a special meeting, and that could impact the types of items that can be brought, as there are some items that can only be brought on regular meetings. I can't speak to whether that would actually be a challenge for March 5th and for November 25th, the proposed alternate dates, but it is a consideration.
Well, another consideration is how many people are going to go to NLC, because we have to have a certain number of people here for the quorum. What is that number, 3 or 4?
4. And then I would also note that March 5th, the Wednesday, is a scheduled EPC meeting.
Sorry, I misspoke. I must have been looking at 2024 instead of 2025. So it's actually
so
March
you're talking
4th.
about the Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, what do other people think about this? I thought having doing the meeting remotely last week worked well. Part of the reason was because it was a fairly light meeting, and then the other reason was because former Mayor Allison Hicks kindly agreed to chair the meeting. I think it would be difficult to do it in a hybrid situation. But what are other people's thoughts? Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, so we're going to have a lot of experienced council members, so maybe the chairing won't be a problem. I'm not probably going to the conferences, so I would let other people speak as to the dates, how that impacts them, how they feel about attending these meetings virtually.
Councilmember Ramos.
I hope to attend the one, and I generally don't mind doing things virtually. Half my work is practically done virtually. But one of the things to consider was making sure that we had quorum here. And I know Councilmember Kamei kind of took the hit for the team by coming a little later so she could be the quorum person. But that's just, I think, something everyone can figure out.
I'm not certain if I will be attending the conferences, but we have 2 colleagues or incoming colleagues who are not represented who may want to attend, and I don't want to deprive them of that opportunity, especially if the conference is on the East Coast. That 3-hour time difference is very painful, and we can never anticipate when a council meeting will end. And so I appreciate the Vice Mayor looking ahead, because I didn't catch that. And I think it would be a good idea to select alternative dates right now rather than be burdened by that necessity later.
Ms. Ramberg, do the dates suggested look like the best alternatives?
I would be concerned about the Tuesday, the week of Thanksgiving, as that sometimes there are travel plans among council members, including incoming council members. We may not know what those intentions are, and staff as well.
Okay, well, Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks, Mayor. I feel I'm comfortable with the proposed schedule, and perhaps when our new colleagues arrive in January, it can be revisited and staff would have the opportunity to evaluate the other dates that Vice Mayor Matichek mentioned, and we can see their input.
Okay, so is that a motion to go forward with the staff recommendation?
I look to Ms. Ramberg in that we can approve it tonight and then allow staff the opportunity to look into the regular meeting, special meeting, the dates that were proposed by the Vice Mayor, and then when the new council is seated, we would be able to re-review. So that is my proposal, to go forward, give staff the opportunity to evaluate, to revisit.
Yes, I think that is a good approach, and this keeps it more or less with all of the meetings, with only minor exceptions being regular meetings. And I think it's easier to to change and add a special meeting. And we could certainly assess the interests of the incoming and continuing council members and how we view the tentative agenda looking out those months and come back to council with any changes.
Okay, so we're going to consider that a motion. And Councilmember Ramos is signaling a second. So I think we can vote. Oh, wait a minute. Vice Mayor Matichak has one more thing she wants to share.
So I'll support that as long as it is revisited when the new council members come in, because I'm pretty sure both of them will be attending the meeting in March. It makes it a challenge then for people to be here. So I think doing it proactively is better than waiting till the last minute. Thanks.
All right. Okay, it's time to vote.
Mayor, did you want to call for public comment on this item?
Getting that tonight, I'm sorry. Yes, is there any public comment on this schedule item? See anybody in the chambers? No. Is there anyone online? No. Okay. So we don't have any public comments, so we can go ahead and vote. So this passes unanimously. Thank you. I think that was a good outcome. All right. So now we move on to item 6. Our study session. Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan Visioning Framework and Boundaries. And we're going to have Chinese and Spanish translation services.
Did we have oral communications on items not on the agenda?
We do. I'm sorry. I'm a little stuffed up and it kind of gets to your brain. Yeah, we have oral communications, and I think we have some people who would like to speak. So this portion of the meeting is reserved for people who want to talk to us about a matter that is not on the agenda tonight. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you would like to speak on this item or on the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the City Council now. Would any member of the public like to speak to us about this? Is there, I don't see anybody, Mr. No, this is 5, this is non-communications. I mean, non-agenda, oral communications. Anybody? No? Okay, is there anyone online? No. Okay, so that brings us to the end of item 5, oral communications. And now we're moving to the study session, which is 6.1, Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan Visioning Framework and Boundaries. We're going to have Chinese and Spanish translation services for this item. We will first hear from the Chinese interpreter.
大家晚上好，今晚关于墨菲大道精准规划愿景框架和边界的研究会议提供中文和西班牙语口译。如果您需要收听中文，请点击稍后屏幕上出现的地球仪语言图标，选择 Chinese， 用中文来收听今晚的会议。点击图标的时候，您还可以选择将原始的英文音频静音。谢谢 ，Thank you。
Thank you. And now we'll hear from our Spanish interpreter.
Para las personas que necesitan interpretación en persona, tenemos auriculares disponibles. Hoy ofreceremos interpretación en persona y de manera virtual. Para aquellos que necesitan interpretación mediante Zoom, favor de hacer clic en el botón de interpretación y después elija el idioma de su preferencia. También estaremos ofreciendo interpretación durante los comentarios públicos en persona y virtuales. Las personas que necesiten interpretación consecutiva, por favor, hablen en bloques de 3 oraciones, luego tomen una pausa para que nosotros interpretemos y así que sea consecutivamente más fácil interpretar todas sus ideas.
Okay, thank you very much. The purpose of this study session is to review and provide recommendations on the draft Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan Visioning Framework and consideration of inclusions of the properties at 500 West Middlefield Road, APN 158-50-001 through APN 158-50-193, Willow Park Mountain View Homeowners Association rental condominiums, including the SFPUC property, 555 West Middlefield, so that's APN 158-49-001, Avalon Bay Community Apartments, and 500 Moffett Boulevard, APN 153-24-021, Shenandoah Square, a federally owned property also known as 928 Mariner Drive, within the precise plan boundaries. Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson and Community Development Director Christian Murdoch will present the item. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Okay, good evening, Mayor Showalter, members of the City Council. This study session, as you said, is regarding the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan Visioning Framework and Boundaries. My name is Eric Anderson, Advanced Planning Manager. I'm joined by Christian Murdoch, the Community Development Director, and Aki Snelling, the Project Planner, is in attendance, as well as Amber Blazinski, the Assistant Director. And we also have Martin Alkire, a Consulting Planner, and consultants from MIG. The purpose of this item is to ask the Council for feedback on the draft Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan Visioning Framework attached to the Council report, and to consider inclusion of properties located at 500 West Middlefield, 555 West Middlefield, and 500 Moffett Boulevard, also known as Shenandoah Square. This map shows the core properties along the Moffett Boulevard corridor in the general plan change area. It also shows the 3 properties to be discussed at this meeting. As a reminder, Council directed the creation of a Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan as the zoning regulations for this area, similar to other precise plans in the city. It will include vision, goals and policies, land uses, development standards, densities and intensities for development, as well as streetscape standards for Moffett Boulevard. It implements 3 city plans: the 2030 General Plan, which specifically identified Moffett Boulevard as a 20-acre change area, the 2023 to 2031 Housing Element, and the 2023 to 2025 Council Work Plan. One important note about the housing element: it requires Moffett Boulevard to be rezoned at up to at least 1.85 FAR, floor area ratio, or approximately 72 dwelling units per acre. The housing element has set a deadline to adopt this new density by December 31st of next year. Moving on to the project's outreach efforts. When the city began the Precise Plan, there were substantial efforts to inform the community about the project and ways to participate. The city mailed over 3,200 notices to property owners and occupants in and surrounding the Precise Plan area. The city also emailed over 1,250 notices to persons who signed up on the webpage. For the visioning workshop, staff hand-delivered notices to all open businesses in the study area and provided handouts and staffed information tables at the National Night Out and the Mountain Views Farmers Market. As part of these outreach efforts, the city held a community visioning workshop on August 28th. 70 attendees participated. 2 focus group meetings were also held on September 4th, 2024, one for business and property owners in the Precise Plan, and one for Mountain View-based community organizations and associations. An online visioning survey was also conducted. The text on this slide summarizes the key points that surfaced from all the community input regarding questions related to identity, assets, challenges, opportunities, and the vision. Greater detail about each theme is provided in an attachment to the council report. From this community input, a draft Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan Visioning Framework was prepared. 5 key vision themes emerged, along with corresponding potential strategies. These 5 vision statements include a unique identity and destination for residents, businesses, workers, and visitors, a thriving hub of economic activity and uses for the surrounding neighborhood, for the neighborhood and surrounding areas, a revitalized neighborhood that embraces a range of housing, businesses, and community amenities, an accessible, pedestrian, and bicycle-friendly multimodal corridor, a placemaking center of engaging and unique activities, events, and opportunities. First question for the council. Does the council agree with the draft precise plan visioning framework, and is there anything the council would like to add or modify? The EPC recommended general support for the vision statement, though there was discussion around 2 major themes. First, the EPC emphasized that Moffett Boulevard is separate from downtown and should have its own set of uses, activities, and identity. It should complement downtown but not compete with it. Second, the EPC emphasized that Moffett Boulevard is its unique identity should not rely on signage and wayfinding. Rather, unique identity should come from strategies of incorporating architectural design, a new name, physical improvements, and small businesses. The next 3 questions are regarding the 3 sites that Council previously directed staff to further study for inclusion in the precise plan. 500 West Middlefield is a condominium site with 192 units. 555 West Middlefield is an apartment site with 402 existing units and approved entitlement with 323 additional units proposed to replace existing parking and amenity areas at the site. Shenandoah Square is a federally owned site with 126 existing rental units. These are all large sites that could have a significant effect on the remaining precise plan area. These 3 questions are, does council have a preference to include any of the above 3 properties in the precise plan? There would be several opportunities for including 500 and 555 West Middlefield in the precise plan. For example, new standards could provide better streetscape integration, more clarity in the standards and procedures. In addition, Shenandoah Square is a large, underutilized site, and the city has had multiple previous interagency discussions about it. On the other hand, including them in the precise plan would also present challenges for 500 and 555 West Middlefield related to their limited opportunity for change. The Willow Park HOA has multiple ownerships. Avalon Bay has the existing entitlement, which was recently extended to 2026. And major changes to uses and densities not contemplated in the general plan could result in delays and budget increases, in part due to the uncertainty associated with development opportunities at these sites. Shenandoah has more significant challenges, including that it's not in the city's jurisdiction, it's under federal government and Army control, and there's uncertain disposition by the federal government. New uses and or densities not contemplated in the general plan would increase budget and delay the project, and this is largely due to federal ownership of the site, including potential need to comply with some federal regulations. At this time, staff is only asking whether the council would like to include any of these sites in the precise plan study area, not about any new densities or uses. At a future meeting, we will ask the EPC and council to select a preferred alternative, which will include land uses, densities and intensities for these sites, along with the rest of the corridor. This process will ensure that the vision for the whole plan area is unified and internally consistent. A preview of that future question can help the deliberation at this meeting, however. These sites could be considered as future study areas if existing allowed uses and densities are maintained. The precise plan could establish procedures and minor standards for the sites, as well as crafting policies and triggers for future review. This would allow the precise plan project to stay on schedule and within the existing budget, and it would also acknowledge the uncertainty associated with these sites. The EPC recommendations on these 3 questions included recommendation to include all 3 properties. They noted that Shenandoah is the most important piece, but other sites create contiguity from the change area to Shenandoah Square. Including all 3 also provide better transparency and predictability for the community. The map shown on this slide is from MV YIMBY and the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning, suggesting a larger effort that would include surrounding residential neighborhoods. There were 2 failed straw votes at the EPC responding to this map, one recommending council consider an expanded boundary, and one recommending council consider if there's curiosity to look at expanded boundaries. For next steps in this project, in the first quarter of 2025, the city will continue its outreach efforts by holding another community workshop and talk to key stakeholders about conceptual land use alternatives. In the second quarter of 2025, we'll bring back preferred land use alternatives to the EPC and City Council for endorsement. So in conclusion, staff is seeking the City Council's direction on the questions on this slide. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. And of course, also joining us is our project team from MIG, Dan Amston and Rishi Dodi. And this concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you. So, because this is a study session, we have public comments first. And I see that we have several people who have put in for public comments. First would be George Markle.
That was a spectacular presentation. It summarized beautifully the input that we got from the outreach, the excellent outreach from the city before. The community center was full, standing room only, and my understanding from Aki is that since that meeting, a lot more, far more Mountain View residents have expressed interest in participating in this, so we're looking forward to it in future meetings. Regarding the businesses, one of the salient points that came out of that meeting was, yes, we would very much like to promote businesses. Right now, it's a relatively cold area, very little pedestrian traffic, nothing to draw pedestrians to the area. We would love to see restaurants, shops, and particularly that coffee shop. If we could clone Gene to bring a Red Rock 2 over onto our side of Central Expressway, we would love to do that. And regarding the consideration of deferring, of restarting the talk and restarting the precise plan discussion, my sense is that it would be better to stay within budget and proceed as we originally did, acknowledging that weaving in a future study of the areas north of Middlefield would be the better way. That would allow us to proceed, give guidance to the development that's already taking place on Moffett, and while acknowledging that eventually we would like to have another study to integrate wisely the areas, the Shenandoah areas, and the areas north of Middlefield. So that is my input. And again, Aki and the city have done a wonderful job, and we'd like to commend the city on their outreach. It's been very effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eli Robles. Welcome, Mr. Robles.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Eli Robles, and I am a field representative of Carpenters Local 405 here in the South Bay. I'm here to address the critical need for labor standards in the upcoming projects planned for our city under the precise plan. Whether the project is public or private, labor standards should never be overlooked. A fundamental standard is healthcare for construction workers. Construction is one of the most dangerous occupations in the U.S., and I find it deeply concerning that healthcare is often not guaranteed for those putting their safety on the line every day. Workers deserve to know that their health and well-being are prioritized. Another essential labor standard that should be adopted is the requirement to hire workers from an accredited apprenticeship program. These programs help cultivate the next generation of skilled workers, ensuring that the workforce remains strong and knowledgeable and prepare for the challenges ahead. It is not just about building projects, but about building a future for workers. Mountain View has an opportunity to get this right, and I urge you to consider these labor standards seriously as part of your visionary plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Armando Murillo? And after Mr. Murillo, James Guzman.
Good evening, Mayor Showalter and fellow city council members. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to address the council regarding the project located at 2645 Fayette Drive. Once again, my name is Armando Murillo. I'm a field representative.
Excuse me, sir. This one is the Moffett Boulevard.
Oh yeah, no. You know, I submitted my card for 7.1.
Yeah.
This is 6.1. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. I'll wait for the next item.
Sorry. James Guzman.
Good evening. My name is James Guzman. I'm speaking to the Mountain View MB and Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning letter that was referenced previously. First off, we generally think the vision stated and laid out in the staff report is good. We think that the goal of turning the Moffett area into this more vibrant, better community place is excellent. A lot of the feedback in our letter is about trying to make it so that we can better achieve that goal. And one of the key things that we mentioned, which was referenced in that lovely drawing on that slide earlier, is making the boundaries of the precise plan better reflect the realities of the area, which is that area, especially near the downtown transit center, is not just the lots along Moffett Boulevard that are critical for making that area successful. And so we would encourage council to try to include at least some scope beyond literally just the lots in that current change area, so that it is at least some of the area around the transit center. If not, those more expansive boundaries are sort of what we view as the overall Moffett area, but even just a more compact area would be excellent. One other thing we called out in that was more explicitly considering some changes to the Moffett Boulevard streetscape in the precise plan, because the streetscape will very tightly interact with how that area feels, whether it's as an extension of downtown or as a sort of separate, unique neighborhood. The scope of those potential changes could vary, but especially given the future plans in the Transit Center Master Plan, it would make perfect sense to be considering what we want out of that stretch of right-of-way as part of the precise plan. And then just as a personal note for why sort of I'm motivated about some of this, I grew up in a single family home in one of those, in that block that's like nearest to this intersection of Central Expressway and Moffett Boulevard. And I was able to, when I came back from college, move into the Shoreline Village apartments that are practically next door. And I would hope that we would have more opportunity to build more housing to make it so that more people can live in that area. It's an area where I can live there. I can easily participate in council meetings. I am near the transit center. I've been able to use transit to get to multiple different jobs readily. It's near the Stevens Creek Trail. I can get around Mountain View easily, go to parks, recreate, all that stuff. And it would be amazing if more people could live, work, start small businesses in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Max Moselle, welcome.
Evening, Council. I'm Max Moselle. I no longer serve as your police chief, but I do miss you. And I am still a 20-plus year proud resident who lives adjacent to and travels through the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan area. I'd like to compliment staff for their various efforts to seek community input and with this visioning. And I would also like to call the council's attention to Exhibit 3, the Visioning Workshop Meetings and Survey Summary, specifically the emerging themes of adding community gathering spaces, improving ped and bike infrastructure, as well as the challenge and opportunities with noise caused by the train crossing and honking. As we accept this input in the plan's development, I would ask that the council consider as part of the next steps that there is a comprehensive review of this precise plan along with the Mountain View General Plan 2030, the Transit Center Master Plan from 2018, the Mountain View Transit Center Grade Separation and Station Access Project Urban Design Guidelines of May 2020. The Castro-Moffett Grade Separation Project is currently proposed, and possibly other related plans such as the Mountain View Bicycle Transportation Plan. A comprehensive review will ensure the vision and intent of these various plans and projects are congruent, or in the inconsistencies, how they might be mitigated or resolved. For example, the general plan change area for Moffett, the goal LUD 23's vision of outdoor amenities is consistent with the precise plan's direction. However, the general plan's outdoor noise environment guidelines might prohibit or impede the vision near the train crossing. The same could be true with how the general plan's goal, NOI1, noise level that support a high quality of life, the outdoor noise environment guidelines, which informs acceptable and unacceptable development, and policy NOI 1.9, reducing the effects of noise and vibration impacts from rail corridors, inform the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan's visioning framework. While the Grade Separation Project could mitigate these policy concerns as it is presently recommended, the project would not have as positive of an impact to improving the quality to Moffett Boulevard and adjacent areas. A comprehensive review of these interconnected plans could better align their goals and potentially identify opportunities for near-term solutions. For example, adopting a quiet zone at the Castro Street, Moffett Boulevard, and Caltrain Station at-grade crossings could enhance pedestrian and bike safety while also significantly reducing train noise, addressing key community concerns, and advancing shared objectives. Again, thank you to staff for their quality work and for your consideration and resourcing a comprehensive review of for the benefit of Moffett Boulevard, downtown, the transit center, and the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lada Adamic. Welcome.
Thanks. So I've heard praise of solicitation of community input, and I just wanted to express that it would be nice for precise plans and things of this sort where bicyclists and pedestrians throughout the city are in fact impacted, that the outreach be broader. For example, the survey just had 18 responses, but it was a great survey, an interactive map where you could click and say, the sidewalk here isn't wide enough, or we need more bike parking here, and so on, but you weren't getting people to actually fill out the survey. And the way that I learned about how important precise plans are for bike ped infrastructure is, for example, with the San Antonio Shopping Center. Multiple times I asked, why is Pachetti Way just like a car canyon? Why, when I want to walk from Trader Joe's to Safeway, am I on this super narrow sidewalk that's just on one side of like a different canyon? And I was told there was very little that could be done because the precise plan is like this, and that's how things are being further developed. So then I thought, okay, the next precise plan, I really want to give input, and there was Moffett, but I only stumbled on the survey because I checked the project page, and I think you could get a lot more valuable feedback if you solicited it. I also learned, it's just my understanding that the current Moffett project for completing the street and making it actually bikeable and having sidewalks extends from Middlefield up to 101, but not the blocks that would be included in this precise plan, because any progress or some progress is dependent on the precise plan being finished first. So clearly this precise plan is really important for bike ped infrastructure. And so I would just say, in general, if we want a walkable, bikeable city, that means that we have a network throughout the city. It means that we should get feedback from the city as to how they would like to move into and through these spaces in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peter Katz? Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the City Council. I actually had more comments prepared. This is Peter Katz from the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce, and I had more comments prepared, but a lot of great comments have already been made. So I will keep it much shorter. And that is that, first of all, I want to thank the staff for a really great report and a great vision as well. I think that all of us can see that there is such wonderful potential for the area. My one ask, and it was just alluded to a few moments ago, was to ask that the boundaries be expanded north of Middlefield. And it has to do both with the fact that it is a gateway to downtown, it's a gateway into Mountain View, it's a major artery in terms of entering our city, and it needs to be that way for bikes, for pedestrians, as well as for cars. And unless we think about it as an integrated system, we will fail, because we will build something and then we'll have to build something else, and they won't necessarily match from the get-go. Not only is Moffett Boulevard a gateway into our city, into our downtown, but it is also a separate district. And so the comments that were mentioned about giving it a separate identity, I think, are super valuable as well. And there are things that we can do to give it its own personality. I don't know that Gene is opening a second Red Rock, but I do think that there are things we can do to bring in that kind of personality. And I also want to just make a shout out to the Ameswell Hotel, because the Ameswell is kind of a jewel of our community. They are working very hard on being a community hub, and yet they're kind of a forgotten outpost, if you will. And unless we think about Moffett as a complete entity, it will continue to be kind of out in this desert, if you will. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Alex Brown. Welcome.
Hey, friends. Sorry that you're congested. It's that time of year. Okay, you've heard this before from me about several of these things. You know I want to go bigger in most things, but especially when it comes to the precise plan, I feel like I see this as kind of an ecological argument where in order for development to work, oftentimes you need several things to align at once. You need the people to patron the businesses. You need the businesses to draw the people. Like, it needs to be an integrated, holistic entity. And right now, the proposed scope is very narrow. We know that there are already several projects that are happening that are going to block like denser, larger development that could otherwise kickstart like what would be a full like development for the area. So the more parcels that you have available for development, for consolidation, for to grow out, the more chance you have of that one kernel starting to be able to actually let the precise plan become buildings and become a neighborhood, become a community. I don't want this to end up, you know, like North Bayshore has kind of, where it hasn't really happened yet. We haven't had that one thing that works successfully, people start moving in, and then from there, the things around it have more reason to develop. You have an ecosystem where, you know, things will grow out from the initial developments. So I don't want to constrain it by saying there is one narrow strip of the area just alongside Moffett. I think that there's a lot of opportunity, like east and west and north, but I would rather just see it, you know, from Central up to 85, that triangle, to become like a whole thing. And yeah, we would have to start from scratch in a lot of ways, but I'd rather do that early than have something where, you know, people can't really, they would have to go into for gatekeepers to be able to do something that is slightly outside of the thing because they want to work into the new area, but can't otherwise because they're not accommodated by the precise plan. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. And then that's all the speakers in the council chambers. Yes. So next would be our virtual speakers, and we'll start with Bruce England, and after that, Robert Cox. Bruce, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor and everybody. Good evening. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. This is going to be fairly short because a lot of what I wanted to say has been raised by Lotta Adamek and Peter Katz. And that is, to start with, I agree with the points that are made in the letter from MVCSP and Mountain View YIMBY that James worked on. And so that's a starting point. But what I would like to see is the range of this precise plan scope go further north than 85 for two reasons. There's an important crossing to the Stevens Creek Trail just north of Highway 85, and that means expanding the scope just a little bit to take that into account. But the Public Works project, the Complete Streets project for Moffett Boulevard and Middlefield, goes all the way up to Clark Road. And that might be a heavy ask, but it also makes things consistent. You've got a Public Works project, and then you've got a precise plan project, and why not make the two align? And Peter Katz's comment about making things contiguous and going all the way along there, to me, really makes sense. We have an ongoing problem in Mountain View where it especially affects people who are riding bikes and walking, where you're in one part of town, you go to another part of town, and infrastructure is great in one place and then lousy in another place. And getting things to tie together so that Mountain View is a place that really makes sense as a whole is something that we should strive for, in my view. And stopping this precise plan project halfway up Moffett Boulevard, to me, doesn't make sense. So more money, more time, I get that, but I really urge you to extend this further north and hopefully up to Clark Road if at all possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Cox?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Mayor Showalter, Vice Mayor Matichak, and members of the City Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak on the Moffett Precise Plan. As a longtime resident in our old Mountain View neighborhood, I attended the Moffett Precise Plan Community Outreach and have a strong interest in seeing the Moffett area become a more vital, complementary neighborhood connected to our downtown. But I would advise against adding the Willow Park condo complex, the 555 West Middlefield apartment complex, or the Shenandoah Square area to the current precise plan area scope. As the staff report notes, adding these additional areas could extend the precise plan timeline past the intended December 2025 completion date required by the housing element. All of these areas have specific characteristics that make open-ended planning in them a challenge. As Eric Anderson just mentioned, the condo complex is unlikely to get support from many owners for redevelopment. The apartment complex already has approved active redevelopment plan, and Shenandoah Square is not even a part of Mountain View now. As for extending the precise plan in a broad way to include all R1, R2, and R3 properties from the surrounding neighborhoods, I agree with the majority of the EPC. This should not be done. Doing this would provide a lot of uncertainty to the homeowners in those neighborhoods. I know many of them, and none has ever told me they want this, and many have emphatically expressed an opinion to the contrary. So thank you for considering my views on this important subject. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Ciatola and then Luis Katz. Mr. Ciatola?
Hi, thank you, Mayor. My name is Mark Ciatola, and I'm a resident in the Mountain View area. I wanted to speak first on the extension of the plan to specifically Shenandoah Square and Willow Park. It's hard to, as a member of the public, express whether I would support that or not without really knowing the city's intentions for Shenandoah Square, whether it was going to create a park or high rises, that sort of thing, or the same thing for Willow Park. If they're going to want to put retail there or tear down the condominiums or whatnot. Another issue is the water pipeline. That's kind of involved in there too, and that probably should be part of the plan. It could be a trail, it could be a right-of-way. It could help with making the neighborhood more vital. I would argue that the Moffett Boulevard area isn't unvital. There's talk about revitalizing it. I think it is a vital neighborhood. The one thing that's probably hurting the vitality neighborhood and affecting it more is that there's hopes of great developments and great profits from the developments. And so I think that putting pressure on landlords to hold properties vacant in terms of the types of rents that, say, a cafe could afford, because why rent out to a cafe when you can sell it for a whole bunch of money or great potential rents down the road? Another issue that would make it kind of ironic to bring in more territories, such as Shenandoah Square and Willow Park, is that the new train station, the renovations of the Mountain View train station, the grade elevation, things like that, seem that will almost make the area north of that more of an island. It'll literally create a barrier between Castro Street, which does have a lot of vitality, and any vitality that might spill over to the Precise Boulevard. So I would try to make that less of a boulevard. I think that it might be more of a important issue is removing that barrier than extending the Precise plan further north. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Louise Katz? You there, Louise?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I apologize for that. Yes, Mayor and Council, thank you for this opportunity for everyone to speak. I wanted to enforce the statements of the last speaker and Robert Cox. I think the staff has made it quite clear that there is a very important time issue to if this plan is extended. We have a very, very specific deadline and specific consequences if we don't meet that deadline. And they've indicated how difficult that would be to stay on schedule, not to increase cost, not cause delay, is to me the most logical way to go. And we've heard over and over with projects and things that we advocate for that staff resources are very limited. And suddenly it seems as if that's not an issue anymore. But I think we should listen to staff that it is a problem and that the consequences that we would face for not updating the Precise plan to work with the housing element is something that nobody wants. I also wanted to mention that I think as an example of the problem of starting this process over with extending properties is, for example, the years of work and public input that went into the 555 West Middlefield permitted project. And I think to simply discard that and say, well, we just may have to just redo everything or give the developer new options after they have already had their permits and extensions. Basically, I think it's a violation of public trust. If we want the public to be part of this process, I think we need to acknowledge how important it is not to be changing things without equal amounts of public input. The a statement about the condos, I think, is completely accurate. And in essence, we really don't know what the future is going to hold. Google dropped 20,000 jobs from its San Jose site. We don't know exactly how well our transit system is going to develop. We don't know exactly what kind of state assistance we will get to meet our obligations as our population increases. So I would respect the staff's statements that it should not, that the problems for expansion are quite overwhelming and the consequences for our city could be far beyond what we would be comfortable with. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is April Webster.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. April Webster. I've been a resident of that neighborhood. I live on Cypress Central Avenue for over a decade now. And there are two things that I want to comment on. First is just reiterating what a number of the speakers have said about expanding the plan area. And I attended the outreach at the Rangsdorf Center, and there were quite a few residents who were in support of this expansion. I recall one couple in particular at my table who live in the house with the rubber ducky across from Jackson Park. We're very keen on seeing the expansion of that. And I'd like to sort of think about it in terms of, other speakers have said this, but looking at just the street itself as an isolated piece is really doing disservice to the community, to the neighborhood. I think Alex mentioned something about thinking about the entire ecosystem. Others have talked to thinking about a more holistic plan and the entire context of it. I think it's really important to expand it just beyond that one street and think of the entire neighborhood as a single piece. You have Stevens Creek that you connect to a major artery for the bike community, getting to Google, et cetera. You have businesses on the other side of Moffett. There was a mechanic shop over there. You have community services. It is growing, and you have to think of these things within its context, not be so myopic as to think about the street. In terms of thinking about the priorities and vision, others have spoken to this, but thinking about a unique identity, creating a very vibrant, healthy community that has a lot of fun and value. Those are other comments people made. I think that's incredibly important, very community forward. Some of the other themes at that meeting were green spaces, talking about shade, creating a very comfortable, enjoyable environment, traffic calming, making it very walkable and bikeable. Small business was a huge theme. And that's like all of these are things that are important to me, obviously, as well. But keeping some of the small businesses that are there, the diversity, the variety, keeping the small grocery stores, looking at multi-use and having that first level, have a variety of different businesses for the people, placemaking, places where the community can meet and, keep that, develop a very more healthy framework, et cetera. So I just like to reiterate, some of those positive things that a lot of people had to say about building a community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go to Hala's iPad. Hala, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Welcome.
Sorry about it being Hala's iPad. This is Hala Al-Shawani. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for taking input from the community on Moffett Precise Plan. Many of you probably remember my involvement in giving input about the 555 Middlefield project. There was a span about a year and a half of the community meeting with the developer and the council, giving guidance on what we would like to see in that area. I have family on Cypress Point Drive, and I live just a few blocks away from that, so I walk there all the time. Basically, I would really like to see that area embrace the streetscape guidelines. We would like to have walkable, bikeable area with lots of green canopy. When we were in discussion with the developer of 555, we urged them to make it, safety was a big issue, make it safe, make it walkable, keep all the green canopy that was aligned at the back of the property with the highway. That was a big thing. Unfortunately, we couldn't save that, but I'd like to have that in the precise plan, saying that the precise plan will advocate for keeping, including as much as the heritage trees existing as possible when new development is proposed. The area can complement or can be an extension of downtown. Complement is fine too if it wants to have its own characteristics, as long as it's viable. It has buildings that are attractive, that are complementary to their surrounding, that have wide street sidewalks, that is bikeable, with definitely much more green canopy and parks. And as long as those guidelines can be in there, I think would be a good thing to have in the precise plan. I would ask that 555 not be included in it, because it was really almost 2 years process where the surrounding community living there worked very hard with the developer and the council members on coming up with compromises. Taking all that away would be extremely unfair. And just breaks away all the things that people had hoped to get out of all those meetings and times that we spent giving input on that. So keep that out, and hopefully the rest of it can be included homogeneously. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have somebody who's just listed as iPhone. That's, do you know who that is?
Yeah, hi. This is Dan Shane. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Hello, Mr. Shane.
How you doing, Mayor Pat Showalter? And hello to the city council members. I just wanted to mention one of my concerns about the precise plan. I agree with most of the people that have talked about having a vibrant, beautiful, landscaped, a place, a community where the community can go and have fun, and eat out, and have services. That's what we want, and that's what I want. One of my main concerns is that there are a lot of closed buildings right now on Moffett Boulevard, and there are plans for development. And the plans that we've been seeing submitted to the planning department have not necessarily been, the project plan designs don't necessarily are in line with the city's environmental sustainability goals or the climate action goals, to protection of public health, and to environmental protection. So if these projects are built and they don't align with our vision, and it could be a lot of development before the end of the year, or next year, I mean, 2025, then we got a real problem, because the precise plan will have nowhere to go, because a lot of it will already be developed. So what I'm suggesting is that maybe we need to quickly evaluate our housing and commercial, the city's housing and commercial development policies, and ensure that developers who submit plans are at least, at the minimum, in line and would help to achieve the city's environmental sustainability goals and the climate action goals, the public health goals. 555 West Middlefield has been approved, but it is an example that we use quite often to show that there is a vibrant urban forest there with a lot of biodiversity that has a highway vegetation barrier that meets all the EPA criteria for an effective highway barrier. And that barrier is to protect us from pollution and emissions from vehicles. So yes, I'd like to include 555, and I'd like to revisit, saving that highway vegetation barrier, because the public health consequences of removing all those trees, hundreds of trees, and the barrier is unacceptable. It's unnecessary. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like our last speaker is Edie Keating. Edie?
Hi, thank you. So when people talk about vitality, I think they have a pretty common agreement that vitality is something that Castro Street has, and that Moffett Street has little pockets of, but doesn't have the same level of vitality at this time. When I think about being on Castro Street as opposed to Moffett, one big difference that won't, I presume, be changing is that Castro Street, at least big sections of it, have lost its cars. And that makes it, immensely abundant for walkability. And since that will not be happening on Moffett, I would just like to put in a pitch for however you fit this in to have a standard of wide sidewalks. I think that really helps the sense of, this is a place I'm going out and I'm part of community in, that you could be walking and not have to go single file suddenly if you encounter someone in the other direction. So wider sidewalks. The other interesting difference to Castro is, where is the parking versus the retail? And I think it's a benefit that mostly, and now more with the closures on Castro, that parking is behind where the corridor of retail is. And I don't think that's as much possible, but it depends how quickly and what pieces change. But having a a vision of parking somewhat separate from the retail entrances, I think is more desirable. And it would allow for perhaps, you know, in that one plaza where the market and Shanatai are, to encourage, you know, again, private property, but how can you encourage things to have a plaza? And, you know, that is another and different anecdote to having everything be so close to traveling cars. When I hear people comment about should the area be included, I don't feel as strongly as some about including it, although there are, you know, interesting parts of Moffett that are far down, like Rogers and the other little retail area at the far end of Moffett. And so, you know, better pedestrian and bike access is good. The place that says increase that density to me the most is the R1 areas near Sterling. Those just seem a little out of place. It seems they're already transforming into retail along Central, and change won't happen overnight, but I think allowing some increased density there would make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So that brings our public comment on this to an end. So we'll bring it back to council. And I think first we'll have questions for the staff, and then we'll go into deliberations and answering the questions. And I think it will be valuable for when we do get to the answering the questions, because the topics are so different, let's talk about the framework as one group, and then let's talk about the change of the boundaries as another. So, Councilmember Hicks.
Did you want to separate the questions? Because I have just some general questions. Yeah. So members of the public brought up some questions that I thought would be, you know, they seem to be on a lot of people's minds, and I thought maybe staff could clarify. So several people brought up the 555 property and not losing what was achieved when we finished the gatekeeper process. And I don't want to state what I think happens, but my understanding is that if we include that property in the Moffett Precise Plan, the current developer will not lose what we already agreed on with that gatekeeper unless they don't develop in time. But maybe since multiple members of the public brought up the possibility of losing that, one person said we should lose it and redo it, but other people said no. Maybe you can clarify for people who are curious what would happen if we included it. What would happen to the current accepted gatekeeper?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Hicks. Eric Anderson, Advanced Planning Manager. Yeah, so that project was approved back in 2022. They have an entitlement that is now good through, I believe, June of 2026. That approval was for a planned community district, what we call P zoning, and it's a P zoning without a precise plan. So what applies there is really the zoning is what's approved. There aren't specific standards in that approval. And if the, did you want to answer the question that she asked about what happens with precise?
Oh, sure. So good evening, Council. Community Development Director Christian Murdoch. So I think there's two parts to address the community's concerns. The first, as Mr. Anderson indicated, the project as approved has through June of 2026 to commence construction and to be carried out in the way that the city approved it. The second factor is even if that project didn't proceed, as Mr. Anderson indicated, the zoning has been set essentially through that precise plan, or the P zoning process, and so we wouldn't lose that community input essentially. And so whether or not this property is included in the boundaries, the currently approved construct would remain viable moving forward until the project expired and some alternative zoning or precise plan provision is put in place in the future.
Thank you. That multiple people asked, so I wanted to clarify it. That's consistent with my understanding that we don't lose it. Possibly if it expires, we could redo some things, but we don't automatically lose it if we were to include it. Another question people had asked was how will this coordinate with all sorts of adjacent plans like the transit center and I think Mr. Bozell asked about a number of other adjacent plans and how or at what point do we coordinate this area with those areas?
Sure. Yeah, that's certainly part of the process right now. We are compiling. We have already compiled a number of existing policy documents and programmatic documents that we are using as the foundation for the planning work for this. I will say that precise plans have a different timeline than these kind of capital project master plan, you know, the transit center master plan and other things. Those can be changed more easily over time based on the needs of the project and council direction. The precise plan is the legislation, you know, the zoning for these properties. So we want to be very careful about making sure that what we're taking from these documents is the kind of long-term policy, the legislation, the zoning information, rather than maybe some specific details that might get modified through implementation of the project.
Thank you. Then also, the term active ground floor uses is used. This was actually a written question that I submitted to you, but your answer triggered more questions for me. So the term active ground floor uses is used throughout the staff report and also, as you said in your answer, in different precise plans and other city documents. And I think this is kind of at the core of what a lot of residents have been asking for, certain kinds of active ground floor uses. Those would be like a coffee shop, different things that the public could interact with. And the answer, when I asked about how you define active ground floor uses, the answer was that they are uses that support pedestrian interest, transparency, and, well, it goes on. I won't read the whole thing, but also retail restaurants, but also hotel lobbies, amenity areas like leasing offices, lounges, gyms, and office space. So I think one of the things happening along Moffett is that, for example, the 100 Prometheus project, the active ground floor uses are all gyms, leasing lobbies, and a community room, none of which are open to the general public. So it's this long, very beautiful, in my opinion, glass area that you can look into, but it's often vacant. And it's one kind of active ground floor use, but it's not a permeable, it's not open to the public. So I'm wondering whether I've seen documents that define it a little more. I think it's a problem you're working with when you're thinking of how to define it, because we can't make every street in Mountain View into the first 3 blocks of Castro. On the other hand, maybe we don't want every street to be, you know, you're walking along glass with an office lobby and a gym that nobody's in, and so do you think there's a way of refining that a little somewhere between the two, or is there an answer to that, you know, walking that tightrope and not getting too far to one side or the other?
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, we are very interested in, you know, council finding, working with council on finding that tightrope. I will say that we are, oh gosh, I was going to say something. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. If you want to step in.
I think we can just maybe end the point there until we can circle back on it. But as Mr. Anderson said, I think we are interested in getting that type of feedback and continually refining what that means for particular parts of the city. If we didn't get it quite right in a particular area, and you've cited an example of something that's nice but maybe not the right fit for the precise plan, that's really valuable feedback for us as we continue this process.
Okay, I know it's early for that, but since it's the main concern of a lot of residents, I wanted to bring it up. And let's see. Okay, another question is, for the housing element deadline, I'm sorry, I haven't memorized the numbers. There's a certain density that we have to get to. I'm wondering, with that density and also with the recent legislation, does any of that preclude or I'm concerned about the currently viable businesses, particularly in one of the shopping plazas and some other places. Do any current housing legislation or the housing element, would they make it more difficult for us to save those businesses, or can we still put in the teeth to require some of those things?
Just to clarify your question, are you asking about business preservation or relocation assistance?
No, actually, I can see how unclear my question was. No, I mean, can we still require ground floor businesses as we do that rezoning, or does any recent legislation sort of override that? I'm not familiar enough. Maybe you know how to ask my question. Asking.
Sure, I think understanding the question to mean, can we require mixed use and, for instance, ground floor retail, active pedestrian scale uses? I think the plan can require it. I think one challenge specific in state law is state density bonus law. And there have been examples in the state where developers have used state density bonus law and the waivers and concessions to get out of commercial requirements because of the detrimental financial impact that has for some projects. And so I think that is a potential risk that we would have limited opportunity to protect the city against, but we can certainly set the vision through the requirement for mixed-use development, if that's the desire.
You got it. That was my question that I didn't ask very clearly. Let's see. And then a resident had also asked, is there going to be any way for residents outside Moffett to give input, particularly on bike and pedestrian circulation?
Yes, absolutely. We are going to have another round of outreach in preparation for the alternatives discussion. We are already brainstorming ways to get broader, more citywide input through that process. And so that input will kind of take direction from the vision, but also take it another step further, and we'll be able to get possibly even more targeted and specific input through that process as well.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Very good. Next we go to Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. In the general plan, there is a vision that's stated for this area. And so I'm wondering, how are we using that vision? Are we getting rid of that vision? Does it interact with the vision framework? How do these all fit together?
Yeah, so the general plan vision is higher level and intended to guide policy and actions by the city council. So it does inform this precise plan process. Now, for example, when we did the East Wisman Precise Plan, we changed quite a bit about what the general plan said about East Wisman as a change area, because we added a whole new set of uses and a whole new set of goals and vision for the area when we adopted the Precise Plan. So through this process, that it is, if there is something that the council wants to amend about the general plan, that's something that's inconsistent, we can look at doing that as well.
Okay. And I am still confused about this term visioning framework. We haven't used it before. And so when I look at these 5 visions, how do you have 5 visions? Do they all go together? Or are we picking one? Or how does this really work?
So these vision statements are intended to address different topics that we heard from the community. And so we are asking for council endorsement of all 5 as different kind of ideas, different separate and compatible ideas that can help guide the future of the Moffett process.
Would we have one overarching vision, or is that what's in the general plan and we would potentially update that to incorporate these 5 statements?
I don't think there's any inherent hierarchy in these statements, although if council wants to provide that direction, we can certainly do that and reformulate the vision to include that hierarchy. But in general, we find that it's best to kind of lay out the goals and lay out the different vision statements and figure out how they can work synergistically with one another as we're developing the alternatives and the precise plan language.
Okay. Let's see. Was Livable Mountain View one of the organizations that was notified about any of the community input meetings, like the ones that maybe MVCSP attended?
I would have to. I was out during that time. I will have to defer to Ms. Snelling.
Yes, they were notified of the workshops. Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And I did read in the staff report about the streetscapes and whether or not you include these properties or not. And I just want to clarify. So we can, if we don't include those properties, the streetscape plans we could come up with only apply to what's in the cities. Okay, I see head shaking. But if we wanted to include private properties, they have to be included in the precise plan, even if it's just to do that, and then evaluation of how we want to change them is later. Is that correct?
That's right. That's how we envision it. There's sort of 2 parts. There's a more narrow public right-of-way only option, and then there's the more holistic sort of street profile, if you will, that could extend into the private property and better integrate with inclusion of the parcels themselves in the precise plan area.
Okay. And I know we're not quite there yet, but when we get to the questions about the specific properties, and it says, do you want to include them? Is that include them but defer an analysis of them, or is it include them and delay the precise plan because we've included them?
I think that variation on the question is some part of the feedback that we're seeking tonight. I think we've put forth perhaps a preference from staff to maintain the project timeline with a future study approach, but we need to hear from the council if that's something that has support, or if the interest is to do a more robust planning process now with additional cost, timeline, and the consequence of not meeting the housing element deadline.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. And first, my apologies. Ordinarily, I'm pretty good about submitting questions in advance, and I failed to do that this time around. So I will understand if you don't have responses at this time. First, I want to make sure I understand. It's a small discrepancy, but it was noticeable. In the housing element program, this is 1GC, I think. The intent is to rezone Moffett Boulevard to conform to the general plan, and it says up to at least 1.85 FAR, or approximately 72 units per acre. The response to question 3, submitted by a council member, says 1.85, approximately 60 units per acre. And I'm struggling to understand why there would be a difference. So can staff help explain why there's a discrepancy?
So when we adopted the general plan, the council direction was to take an FAR-based approach in these mixed-use areas to define density. And so we established those FARs and then did some analysis, very high level, about the expected average density across many projects at those typical FARs. And that's the 60 units per acre that you see in the general plan. A typical average density, average dwelling units per acre for a project at 1.85 FAR. Then when we just did the housing element, we have a much larger set of projects actually using these FAR standards to inform what the actual dwelling units per acre of typical projects in Mountain View are at 1.85 FAR. And we found that it is typically, on average, 72 units per acre. So we are finding that developers are being creative in finding ways to fit units into the FAR that we are not anticipating as a function of the fact that we're not regulating dwelling units per acre, we're regulating FAR. So that's really where the discrepancy comes from. The housing element data is far fresher, has a larger set of projects that inform it. But ultimately, per the general plan, we are regulating FAR as the kind of density metric rather than dwelling units per acre.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I want to understand also, at least 1.85 FAR is the benchmark in the housing element program. Is staff essentially constraining us to 1.85 FAR with the direction we're going? In other words, because we're not suggesting modifications to the general plan land use designation, which caps out at 1.85 FAR, if we wanted to go above 1.85 FAR, we would need to provide additional direction to amend the general plan land use designation to allow for that additional capacity.
Yeah, so that's correct. However, during this meeting, if we do get feedback from a majority of council that you're interested in alternatives and seeing alternatives that are greater than 1.85 FAR, we will bring that back in the next round of study sessions.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you. And just to complete the thought, today, a developer can develop up to 1.5 FAR because state law says that when there is a discrepancy between zoning and general plan, whichever allows greater residential capacity prevails, right?
That only applies under state density bonus. So if a project is not proposing state density bonus, then I believe the zoning can still apply. And if you're going to say
I think there may be a broader set of instances where what you described, Councilmember Ramirez, is the case, where if there's a conflict between general plan and zoning provisions, the general plan provisions would prevail in the interest of providing greater housing opportunities, for example, where some communities have sought to use zoning to further constrain development potential for housing beyond what the general plan indicates.
Okay. But just to be explicitly clear, if we took no action and we suspended work on this, a developer today could submit an application for a project that exceeds 1.85 FAR using state density bonus law, and we would process it without going through gatekeeper or anything like that, right?
I'm a little reluctant to kind of say certainty under hypothetical certain circumstances, but yes, state density bonus clearly says that the bonus is applied on the higher density of zoning and general plan.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I want to delve pretty far into your memory banks here and go through the opportunity sites in the housing element in Moffett. So I did some quick math, and feel free to check me on this if you're in a position to. But I'm finding 80 moderate income units in several different opportunity sites, and then 400 Moffett, which has 82 lower income units assigned to it. But there is currently a project under review at 400 Moffett. And do you happen to know how many lower income units are proposed?
I don't have that number in front of me, but it's something that I could probably figure out pretty quickly.
Okay, it would be helpful because it would. The next question would be, if it's lower than 82, and I'm pretty sure it's much lower, what does that mean for this opportunity site?
Well, it certainly is much lower than 82, that's for sure. So maybe I can answer the question without giving you the specifics. It does not mean anything for the opportunity site. The developer can still proceed. The number of units identified in the housing element cannot be a constraint on our approval of a project. There is a no net loss law that applies to housing elements as a whole, which means that we need to be constantly recalculating the number of units in our sites inventory for every new project that comes in, and determine if we are ever at risk of going below our RENA based on a project coming in at fewer units or fewer lower income units than are identified in the housing element. If that ever happens and we ever approve a project, then we only have 6 months to rezone per state law to get more opportunity sites for the housing element to stay in compliance with the RENA. We have a program in our housing element that prescribes exactly how we do this, and we are giving ourselves significant buffer and heads up. We're going to be reporting to council and identifying rezoning opportunities when our buffer goes below 5%. So that's the program that we have in the housing element that is going to keep us from getting into this kind of dire 6-month scenario. I will say that like I said, we are doing this analysis on a provisional basis before we approve projects, and then on an official basis once we actually do approve projects. And we are not at risk with this project of getting down to even 5% in our buffer.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And for moderate income, does the buffer exceed 80 units?
Well, so the way our program works, and this program was approved by HCD, obviously they approved it as a program, because there are more constraints under state law as what qualifies as a lower income site than what qualifies as a moderate income site, we are actually allowed to turn lower income sites into moderate income sites in order to backfill our requirement for for moderate income sites in RENA. And since generally what happens, we have a lot more lower income units that get built, that ends up being fine, right? Because we get this plenty of lower income units, and then we take some of those those moderate income sites that get redeveloped, and we just turn some other lower income sites into moderate income sites.
We're not in any jeopardy with 400 Moffett, even though far fewer than 82 lower income units are proposed. And if we eliminated all of the other opportunity sites, which total 80 moderate units, then we would not be in any jeopardy either, because the buffer far exceeds that.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. A last set of questions. So I want to better, I'm trying to find in the housing element where it says explicitly that we have to complete the precise plan before the end of 2025. Can you help me find where that requirement is listed or that deadline is listed?
It may take us a moment to find the
I
precise.
actually have it right in front of me. It's just my computer is not, sometimes Adobe doesn't open for me right away. But here it comes. Okay. So in 1.1, it says adopt zoning updates needed for any sites included in the sites inventory by December 31st, 2025. So some of these sites along Moffett Boulevard are in the sites inventory, so it would need to be updated by December 31st, 2025.
Okay, but there's more to that provision, right? It says, if a pipeline rezoning project is not approved at this time, those units will be removed from the buffer, right? So those are the opportunity sites. When it says those units, it refers to the units in the opportunity sites, right?
No, a pipeline rezoning project is defined elsewhere in the housing element as a project that's in the pipeline, like is proposed, and also needs a rezoning. And actually, I believe those were mostly, if not all, approved in January of 2031, or 2023, I mean.
Can you help me understand the connection between that first sentence and then the two additional sentences in the same bullet?
I think the first sentence is really just a general statement about sites in the sites inventory. There are pipeline rezoning projects in the sites inventory. And at the time that this was drafted, not all of them, and maybe even now, not all of them have had their rezonings completed. I believe they have all had their rezonings completed. It's something that we'll have to double check. But so this is the pipeline rezoning projects are a subset of sites in the sites inventory that need to be rezoned.
No, for the benefit of my colleagues, this is the complete bullet. So under milestone and time frame for 1.1, which includes the Moffett Boulevard rezoning, the milestone and time frame would be adopt zoning updates needed for any sites included in the sites inventory by December 31st, 2025. Right, that's the deadline for the Moffett Boulevard precise plan.
Right.
If a pipeline rezoning project is not approved by this date, those units will be removed from the buffer. If there is no buffer remaining, then additional sites will be identified through the no net loss process. So I'm struggling to understand why these are connected in this bullet. If the sites that are contemplated to be rezoned by December 31st, 2025 are the sites, inventory sites, right, which are the opportunity sites in the housing element. What you're suggesting is that's unrelated to, completely separate from pipeline rezoning projects?
So the sites inventory includes opportunity sites where there are no projects proposed, and it includes pipeline sites where there are projects proposed. Some of those pipeline sites needed rezonings as of January 2031, or 2023, I'm sorry, January 2023. And so we need to ensure that those projects that need rezonings, that rezoning happens in order to complete our sites inventory, right? In order to make sure that our sites inventory is complete, and including both the opportunity sites and the pipeline projects.
Is there a reason that's connected to a December 31st, 2025 date?
It's a fairly arbitrary date that was set by a kind of aggressive expectation for moving forward, and that is that it was put in order to help support HCD approval of the housing element.
Councilmember Ramirez, I'm trying to help maybe understand more about what your question's trying to inform. I think if we're looking at this program, there needs to be a deadline for this, and I think there are three options for what that deadline is. There's March, or perhaps three or four. March 31st, 2024 for AB 2339, that's not this. December 31st, 2024 for general zoning updates. I don't think this fits in a general zoning update category given the structure of the program. I think that leaves us with December 31st, 2025 or ongoing for zoning updates necessary for future changes in state law. I think if you look at the options and the 4 bullets under milestones and timeframe and read the full text of 1.G, these areas are specified to be rezoned. It's in the same bullet as inventory and pipeline projects. I think that leads most logically to the adopt zoning updates for any sites included in the inventory, and then the following sentence about pipeline projects. It's not clear where else it would go, but if you see a different way to do that, it would help to know if the concern is whether the Moffett work would go beyond the applicable deadline, whatever that is, what's the consequence, or some other policy consideration that you're weighing. I'm not sure. I mean, the text is the text from this program, and the deadlines are the deadlines that were set. Often the drafting was imprecise in housing elements. There's so much work to do in such a short period of time. So looking at it in the light of day, I think it's easy to pick it apart, but we're trying to reasonably interpret it and apply the deadline, which we've understood to this point to be December 31st of 2025.
So this gets into comments, but just to share the confusion, I guess I'm experiencing here, that the project deadline appears to have an out, right? It doesn't feel like a firm deadline because the reading I was understanding this deadline was if we do not complete the rezoning for these sites, inventory sites, then we would simply remove them from the buffer. And because we have a significant buffer, it doesn't feel like as firm a deadline as I think we're potentially operating under, because all we would have to do is say, well, maybe we're interested in achieving a little bit more and helping, whatever the council ends up deciding to do. But if we're looking at expanding the boundary or considering different intensities or have additional objectives for the precise plan, we wouldn't need to adhere so rigidly to the deadline, because the deadline appears to say if you can't complete it, that's okay, just remove it from the buffer, which we're able to do because our capacity is very significant. The deadline doesn't appear to include greater jeopardy than that. In other words, it's not like we'll be found out of compliance with the housing element and then subject to severe penalties under state law. So that's why it's hard for me to, because it's all in one bullet, right? If that were a separate bullet and it pertained to a different, set of rezonings, I would understand what you're suggesting, but because it's tied together, it's hard for me to read it any other way. So I'd love to understand staff's perspective on that.
That's helpful to understand the context in which you're interpreting this, and I need to confer with Mr. Anderson for a moment to hopefully try to answer your question.
Do we need to take a break?
Right. Again, back to the imprecise language in the drafting. So I think we're trying to put this Moffett Boulevard area rezoning into a bucket, right? Is it a pipeline project? Is it an opportunity site? Is it something else? I don't think it fits into the pipeline or the opportunity site, even though the Moffett Boulevard area prescribed to be rezoned has housing element opportunity sites in it. And so I think we're talking about more than one thing. I think the particular language of this program indicates that the following areas will be rezoned, and I think most appropriately fits into the December 31st deadline for doing that. But the consequence of the overall area rezoning not being completed, I think, is different than the particular housing opportunity sites not being rezoned or pipeline projects therein not being approved. So I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer, but I think it's muddled by the sort of imprecise drafting and the mixing of 2 or 3 different types of sites or projects, housing element opportunity sites, pipeline projects, and then other areas directed to be rezoned.
Okay, one last question on the same theme, and then I'll conclude my questions. It says adopt zoning updates needed for any sites included in the site's inventory by December 31st, 2025. So that's that's the deadline we're setting for Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan. It says zoning updates needed for any sites included in the site's inventory specifically. So if we said, okay, those opportunity sites are no longer our priority focus, and they, are removed, and then we just deduct those units from the buffer, does that mean the December 31st, 2025 deadline no longer applies because there are no sites in the site's inventory in the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan area?
I think we're talking about 2 things. One is the particular housing element opportunity sites that, if not rezoned by December 31st, 2025, may be removed from the buffer. And the other is the directed rezoning of the Moffett Boulevard area, which is a broader area than just the housing element opportunity sites. So we would have the December 31st, 2025 deadline, in my opinion anyways, to complete that rezoning for the corridor, which is distinct from the opportunity sites themselves and subtraction from the buffer.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I have 2 questions. I can ask the one for the consultants first. How about that? So on page 9, it was stated that of the staff report, I think it was something like 90 businesses and property owners had outreach to them. Am I reading that correctly? It said 70 and then an additional 20. Is that correct? But only 4 attended the meeting?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay.
Hi, good evening again. I just wanted to clarify, correct, we did outreach to several dozen businesses as well. All of the businesses that were open, I actually handed out to. So, but when we had the focus group meeting, I think we had about 4 people who showed up for that.
So just to follow up on that, so as we proceed forward with the process, is there thought or will there be further thought on how we can engage? It seemed like a really large number of property owners and businesses with which we did not receive feedback. And just wanted to ask staff, I can add this to comments later, but I just wanted to ask staff, reflecting on that number, if there was going to be more engagement or ways that perhaps we can meet? I know some of the businesses it's pretty diverse, and I know that we've been doing translation services. I don't know if that might help for some of them. So just wanted to ask staff if the thought isn't there yet, no problem. I can add that to my comments, but just wanted to ask that question.
Yes, we've actually definitely been looking at different ways to do greater outreach, and our consultants, we're working with them as well. They have some pretty good ideas, and especially as well, including those notices out in different languages will help. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then a question for staff. So when we're looking on page 4 of the staff report, figure 2, so when we're talking about including the 3 sites, 500 West Middlefield, 555 West Middlefield, and 500 Moffett, my understanding was that was for incorporating streetscape, being able to look at multimodal connection, and that including those 3 parcels into the precise plan would also allow us to continue to meet the December 2025 deadline. That's correct. I just wanted to clarify that. I think there's been a lot of discussion. There were some questions and public comment, so I just want to directly ask the question.
Yeah, absolutely. This kind of future study area approach that we presented is certainly the best path for meeting the timeline and budget for the project.
Right. And there are existing uses on 2 of the, or all 3, and should anything come up, there would be ample opportunity for residents and the community to be able to provide input, correct?
Absolutely. So we are, with this direction, we will kind of formally include those properties in the precise plan process, if that's direction that the council wants to give. And so that will create more, I think, transparency in the further outreach that we do on alternatives. I think in the previous outreach we showed these 3 properties as kind of colored differently on the map or something like that, and that may not have been as transparent to the community about how to interpret these areas in the visioning part of the process.
And I think there's a second component. So not only will there be the additional outreach for the ongoing current process, as contemplated, the future study area with the triggers approach would actually prompt an amendment to the precise plan in the future, which would have its own community engagement and planning process for input into land uses and other aspects of development or redevelopment of those properties at that future time.
Great. And just one last clarification for the community. The work done, for example, on 555, what we do with the precise plan, it wouldn't override what's already been decided for 555. There, as you said, they can go through their process until June 2026. And so this would be an and, not a but, is my understanding. And I just want to clarify that for the community, and if staff could just reiterate that or further clarify it, that would be great.
Yes, it would be to the extent that they do actually pursue their entitlement.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Hicks has a question, I think, and then I have 2 short ones.
Yeah, just a short follow-up question that some of the questions that Councilmember Ramirez asked triggered. So we would be, according to the housing element, we would be rezoning to a minimum of 1.85 FAR, which could be something like 60 to 72 units per acre. Do you also know, because that's what you found, 72 has been typical, do you also know how many stories that has typically been? Because I often have trouble picturing this.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we've had a number of projects on El Camino, even the 100 Moffett Boulevard project built to 1.85 FAR, and they've all been typically 4 stories.
4 stories is typical, okay. And do you think the narrow parcels along some of Moffett, is that problematic for this kind of development?
It certainly would not be the same development type that you see at 100 Moffett or projects that we've seen on El Camino. So we have, as part of this scope, to look at what are the development types that we would see on those that might work on those small parcels. So we don't have much to report yet about that. It could be a different height than 4 stories, but that's part of the project to come.
And to your point as well, the general plan policies for this area indicate that parcel assembly would be preferable to provide more flexibility in the development types and site planning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple. One, I'm looking at the visioning framework. In the last box, I'm a little confused by what that means. It's a placemaking center of engaging and unique activities. What's a placemaking center?
I'll start, and then I can maybe defer to other staff or consultants that kind of work.
Or wait a minute, maybe I could just say, it's basically a center of activity that functions as placemaking for this area. Is that what you mean?
I think that's a good paraphrase, yeah.
Okay, all right, got it. Okay, and then the other thing I wanted to talk about is a little bit about the phasing of this precise plan. Clearly, if we're going to add some extra properties and we're going to make the deadline, then you have in mind that we're essentially going to do some phasing. You know, you've described this as areas of future study, which I think is a great description. So essentially during this first phase, we'll be looking at the narrow corridor of Moffett Boulevard itself. And then in the subsequent study phases, as development came up, we would be looking at them. Is that appropriate?
Yeah, and I would add, first off, that Middlefield is another corridor that could be looked at in a future phase as far as the frontage of the 555 and 500, as well as Shenandoah Square. But I would also add that one of the benefits of including these properties in the precise plan, which we can do in the project timeline, is establishing some minor development standards for minor modifications, including frontage improvements. So things that don't change the overall intensity or densities of the sites. That's really what kind of triggers environmental review and other issues that can prolong and complicate the project.
So really what we're talking about with that is things that would increase the walkability and bikeability of the corridor. That's really, and making it consistent throughout, so it would be a smooth ride or walk. That's what we're shooting for, right?
Yes, and the aesthetic character of those areas. Correct.
And trees, yes. We want it to be shady. Okay, well, with that in mind, what difference does it make in terms of your timeline if we go all the way to the Ameswell Hotel or the intersection of Stevens Creek with Moffett, where it comes out just on the other side of 85? Does that upset the timeline, or is that can we include that as well?
I would say going to Stevens Creek is a trivial change. I mean, it doesn't change any properties that are included in the precise plan. Including going all the way out and including Ameswell is not a trivial change. That is something that we would need to have a much larger conversation with the community about, because it wasn't part of our previous round of outreach. And so that would be that would certainly add time and budget to the project.
Okay, but not the Stevens Creek connection. You think that would work? Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. We've had a lot of questions, so I think we should power on through this, not take a break, maybe take a break after this. All right, so now we want to go into the discussions of first the framework and then the boundary. And question one, I believe, was, are we on board with the framework? I'm sorry, I don't have the exact wording in front of me. Oh, yes, I do. Does the City Council agree with the draft precise plan visioning framework? Is there anything the City Council would like to add and modify? So we're going to answer that question first, and I'd like to see some people push the button. Okay, so Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. I think there are a couple of things that I would suggest we modify or add. In the first box, and I'm looking on page 8 of the staff report, to me, a couple of the things in there are kind of not unique to this area, and that we're looking to do those across the city, and that's streamlined development.
Excuse me, can you put that slide up for us to see? That'd be helpful. Keep talking.
Streamlined development requirements and regulations, and then property assembly strategy. And so I'm not sure I would include those in this. They don't seem like they're describing our vision for what this would, the land uses and what it would look like. So I would take those two out. Sorry, are those in the same order as in the staff report? Okay, well, I'm going to use the staff report. It would be helpful if they were in the same order. Too late. Too late, yep. The second thing is, I think there are some things that I would want to include, but I'm not sure which box they would go in. And one is, we mentioned in there improved landscaping and tree planting in the second box, but to me, that also has a lot to do with an accessible pedestrian and bicycle-friendly multimodal corridor where we want shade and an attractive area to walk and bike. So if something's in one box but not another, do they have to be in both boxes, or?
No, I don't think the framework is as rigid as that. I think, as Mr. Anderson indicated earlier, what we're trying to capture in this visioning framework is what we want the outcomes to be, so that when we're working on alternatives or policies in the future, we can draw a line connecting back to what the community and the council's vision is. And so as long as it's represented in this framework, it can carry forward in the appropriate capacity into the future planning work. So it's helpful to have it in the sort of most closely aligned box, but it isn't necessarily required to carry forward.
Okay. Because I do want to make sure that the trees are not just like in a development, but also along the street. So however you want to take that into consideration. I also want to make sure we preserve historic resources. And we talked about historical information and markers, but to me, there's at least one historic resource, and maybe there's more, that we would want to preserve. We also heard about noise from the trains, and this area does get a lot of that. And so somehow we've sort of gotten some aspects of the trains and the transit center built into this, but we don't specifically call out having like a quieter neighborhood. And I think we had one comment here tonight, but I feel like we get a lot of emails about train noise. So if that can be incorporated into a more quiet neighborhood, that would be good. And the other thing that I'm not sure the community would have said this as much as I think they would if they had more information, and that is parks. So we do have in here, now I lost it, outdoor activities, but the need for and we have community gathering spaces, but I think we need to specifically call out a large park. There might be an opportunity at Shenandoah to do that. And other parts of the city have large parks, and yet this part of the city does not. So I think it would behoove us to specifically call that out. And I think that's all I have in terms of question 1. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, and next we go to Councilmember Kamei. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Councilmember Hicks.
Okay, so I'm generally supportive of the visioning framework. It reflected, when I talked to residents and read the residents' comments, a lot of the things that residents have said. The only thing is I listened to the EPC meeting, and one of the EPC members remarked that the box, the draft vision element, labeled unique identity and destination. There are 4 different things under that, and 3 of them are signs and markers: entry signage, wayfinding and navigation signage, historical information markers. And she said that, you know, identity of a place is not really just a bunch of signs. And I thought that point was well taken, so I wanted to make that comment my own here. And I think some of the things, when I think of what's unique about this area, and when I've talked to residents, there's a resident in the audience now who taught me about the history of some of the architects of some of the buildings around there, mid-century modern apartments that are kind of in these woodsy areas. I know Moffett doesn't at this point extend to those, but I think that kind of reflects, that's a large part of what that area is about. And I would like to learn more about those architects and kind of think about how that how it relates to the rest of the area. So there's that, the mid-century modern, the history of the tree canopy. There's the sort of industrial area that lends itself to kind of buildings that are more of a blank slate and an opportunity for murals. For me, that's one of the characteristics of the area. There's things like, there's lots of trails and kind of a unique set of backyard am I going to say it right? Alleys running through the area. So there are a lot of, you know, there's is it a PG&E easement? There's like a lot of that kind of stuff running through the area. That's a PUC, thank you. And then what the vice mayor said, there's some historic buildings that, you know, some of them jump out more like the Adobe, and some of them like the former manufacturing place for the Disney rides don't jump out at you as much, but that one might be more, might need a marker. So those are some of the things that to me give the area a unique character that is nowhere else in Mountain View. And I thought that Joyce and the EPC member who brought that up, I thought, you know, she kind of made a good call on that, and that we could flesh that out a little more. Yeah, and then in terms of placemaking, I think it's a good list of things. I think there could also be more outdoor gathering spaces, pocket parks, linear parks. I think I talked to Marilyn Ponte, who's the, I can't remember her title, but she's heading up the development, the Prometheus development at 400 Moffett. And she said they're trying to make the front of that more of a gathering space with chairs and benches and landscaping out along much of the frontage. So I'm hoping we can encourage other developers to do that as well. And as long as I'm saying that, I might as well say, she also said there's they have, if you look at the plans for that, one of the spaces is labeled office, but she says they're actually looking to put something, possibly a coffee shop, possibly something else that could lend itself more to community gatherings. So, so that's another kind of thing that I would like to encourage, what she seemed to be talking about there. So those are my comments on the visioning framework.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks, Mayor. I agree that I can see where the original Moffett Boulevard change area vision was taken from the general plan and put into this framework. I can kind of see it threaded throughout. I think there's just a couple things that I have comments on. So I think the first box on this, right, is, so the unique identity, I was thinking rather than destination, maybe community. I think that's what this area is. It's a community. And so that's something that I had thought about. For the next box, really thinking about the first two listed. So the existing small and diverse business support and then new business attraction. Actually, there have been a couple new businesses that have opened. I know that there's Opus One, and then I think Crave Yoga, it was like redeveloped. So I was interested in where Councilmember Hicks was going in terms of how we might be able to retain those businesses. The produce is very popular. I know that when I lived in the area, we would go there for our groceries all the time, and we know how difficult it is to attract a local grocery store. So I really want to find ways where we can celebrate the businesses that exist currently and have them know that they're going to be part of what's coming with the precise plan versus that they would be displaced. I don't want that to happen. And skipping to the fourth bullet, some thoughts that came in to my mind are, I believe there's shuttle stops along Moffett. I know there's the VTA stop in front of the mobile home park. And so I'm thinking about that. I don't know if that's what's meant by bus transit accessibility. It already exists, and so I don't know if it's preservation. And then really interested, as was mentioned, in incorporating the Stevens Creek Trail. I don't know if that would be as part of the multimodal corridor, but I also know Middlefield is slated as a thoroughfare we're looking at for the active transportation plan. I know that we got comments on the plans earlier, so just wanted to include that. And then for the last box, I think when it says, I don't know if it's a placemaking center or creating a destination, I do feel that there's already existing destinations to go to that I mentioned, some of the small businesses. And so I feel like it's really about bringing a little bit more walkability, bikeability. One of the things that's in the original vision for the change area said it's easy for people to walk or bike across Central Expressway and get to surrounding areas. It's a well-lighted street with a respecting character of the surrounding neighborhoods, and it's a gathering place for people. I think that is the spirit with which I'm thinking about, not necessarily needing to reinvent, but more to reinvigorate. And so I don't know if I haven't wordsmithed that final box, but that's the spirit with which I'm approaching that. And I believe reading the comments and all the attachments, it exists, and we just need to add a little bit more, I guess. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Lucas, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. And first, I want to start by strongly agreeing with Councilmember Kamei and prioritizing the preservation of existing businesses. and in particular the grocery store, because that's, if it were to be displaced, it is probably unlikely to return. And then I also appreciate Councilmember Hicks and working proactively with Prometheus to try and encourage where we ordinarily wouldn't have much of an ability to include uses that better serve the neighborhood. So thank you for having that conversation with them. When the council first discussed the Moffett Boulevard area in a meaningful capacity, the conversation that we had was whether to merely rezone the corridor to conform with the general plan, or to think a little bit bigger and develop a precise plan that articulates and tries to implement a more comprehensive vision. And we chose the latter, which I think was the right decision, because I think we all recognize that there's a lot of opportunity in this area. And there are services and amenities that the neighborhood is seeking and that we're hoping to achieve with the precise plan. I had the opportunity to attend the community meeting that was mentioned by George, which I agree was very well attended, and I really appreciated the energy and enthusiasm that many folks, and Christian, I know you were wandering and engaging at each of the tables, a lot of excitement about the opportunity to introduce new uses or concepts that many neighbors felt were or are absent in the area. And the concern I have, there's nothing I object to in the visioning framework. The concern I have is the achievability of the vision, though. And I feel like we're at risk of over-promising and under-delivering because there is a little bit of a mismatch between what we're hoping to achieve and the tools that we have at our disposal to actually achieve those objectives, to achieve or implement the vision. And I've been thinking a lot about what have precise plans afforded us historically. And some of those tools include voluntary community benefit requirements or packages. Voluntary requirement, I know, is sort of contradictory, but what we say is, we don't like to use the term quid pro quo, but that's essentially it. If you seek additional FAR height density, then you must provide a community benefit to help either mitigate that impact or introduce something to the neighborhood that's beneficial to the residents. And that's challenging to do here, especially if we constrain ourselves to 1.85 FAR. We've already given away the store because the general plan already allows 1.85 FAR. So we're not going to be able to, in a meaningful way, require community benefits unless we go beyond that. And so I think that's something that the council will need to consider very seriously. Or another approach might be to explore robust office development, which I think may not be the preference of the council. Another way we can think about this, though, is recognizing a lot of opportunity outside of the very strict boundaries that we've established for ourselves. And so that's getting into the next set of questions, but it's something I'm hoping the council will consider very seriously. If we expand the boundary or we think about other concepts that could help us achieve the vision, right? Either extract some additional investment from development that occurs in that area with a community benefit framework, for instance, or maybe there are other ideas that we will learn from staff. If we don't do those things, the risk is we have a fantastic vision that I think all of us would like to achieve, but very few tools to actually help get that investment or to produce the outcomes that we're hoping to achieve, right? If development standards or regulations can also help, lead to certain types of outcomes, but if what we're saying is you can't go above 1.85 FAR, what many developers will do is, I think as staff had suggested, just use the state density bonus law and waive their way or get concessions to bypass some of those things to get what they are already entitled to under state law, right? I was trying to find, and I think I found it 730 Central Avenue, which was a project that never came before council. It was approved at the ZA on a 2.24 acre site within the mixed use general plan land use designation along the Moffett corridor. was entitled at 2.2 FAR, so well above what the general plan requires, because they can already get that with state density bonus law, which is why, and Eric can speak to this better than I can, we've started including community benefit approaches that say, if you want to benefit from some of the additional capacity or incentives provided by the city, you cannot use the state density bonus law in East Wisbon, for instance, right? So there are ways we can get around that, but we have to find incentives that are meaningful in order to get the outcomes that we're seeking. It's a long-winded way of saying I think the visioning framework is very good, but I think we're missing a little bit of information about how we can realistically achieve that vision. And when staff comes back to us, it would be helpful to understand what tools are available to us and what types of trade-offs we might need to consider in order to get as close as we can to the vision that we're articulating. So I think that's everything about question one. So generally comfortable with this, but in the next set of questions, I'm hoping that council will consider expanding the boundary, including incorporating other areas that are either immediately to the east or west of Moffett that are not contemplated in questions 2 through 4, because I think that will be an essential component to achieving the vision that we're articulating here. And then also providing direction to go above 1.85 FAR if it includes a community benefit framework, so that way we're allowing more interesting development, providing development capacity, but in exchange for helping us achieve the vision that we're articulating in the precise plan. If we don't do those things, the risk is that the precise plan won't be very meaningful. It will sound good, but there really won't be a pathway to victory. The last thing I'll share is I'm reading and rereading the housing element program, and I don't believe this deadline is a severe constraint for us. I think if we don't meet it, that's okay. We should plan for what we want. We shouldn't plan, with a gun held to the back of our head and introduce constraints that deprive us the ability to meet the expectations of our community. Let's do the right thing, right? Let's create a precise plan that helps achieve the vision that is expressed by our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we move on to Councilmember Remmels.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have much to add other from what my colleagues have been saying. Although in response to Councilmember Ramirez about the using community benefits and making sure that they are more worthwhile so that they don't take the density bonus just automatically, that's something that we always have to be careful of because you can't, I've seen other cities mostly through the framework of their housing element where they tried to have their own versions of density bonuses, and it was actually stricter than what the state allowed, and the state was just like not happening. So as we do that, we can't use it as a way to limit that, the density of that. When we think about the deadline, I think about the primary goal of the housing element was for us to show our plan and how we're going to get more housing. If we are essentially pushing out the deadline for reasons that would not give us more housing or provide the opportunity for housing, then I can see how that could be a problem. If we are pushing out on that deadline because we want that opportunity for development and more housing, that's the kind of thing that HCD seems to forgive a little bit more, especially when we have such an active community that likes to send in letters to HCD when we aren't following those things. So overall, I just want to be kind of mindful of that. I actually live pretty close to where that Moffett precise plan, but like not close enough to recuse. And I've largely viewed that area when I first moved to that area of like a not necessarily flyover, but like a drive over kind of area, unfortunately, because like it's not as pleasant of a walk as you would think, because there's you go down and you see like 500 Moffett, which is grass, which is great, I guess, but it's not exciting as you walk down. Then you pass by a gas station, and then you pass by parking lots, and then after a while you pass by downtown. So as we imagine like a fun walkway throughout those areas, I appreciate Councilmember Kamei's view of changing it from destination to community. Like, just not as a thing for you to just walk and like, oh, this is the place where I wanted to be, but like, if I'm dawdling around and going around in this area, like, this is a nice place to sit and stop and check out. So that's kind of how I like the term community versus destination. That's a really good change. The shuttle stops right there at Moffett and Middlefield, and it stops you right in front of that gas station, which I learned because I just took it a couple weeks ago. And that area has a lot of opportunity, I think, because it's a gas station there right now, and they try to make it more exciting because there's like a food truck there, but like that is a very high potential corner. So those are the things that I would like us to think about. The historical markers, as Vice Mayor Matichek talked about, I believe the one site is the Adobe building. Is that what you were referring to?
So I wasn't talking about markers. I was talking about the resources themselves.
Yeah.
To me, markers are signs or placards or something that just says this was a historic place because of whatever. But I'm talking about preserving the actual resources themselves.
But the one resource was at the Adobe building, or was there another resource you were looking at?
And then Councilmember Hicks mentioned another one.
The Disney manufacturing company. Yeah, I don't know whether you would preserve that, but that one you might preserve. You don't preserve something with a plaque. You might mark it.
Okay.
With
I wasn't
public
sure.
art,
Yeah,
with public art or a plaque of some sort. But I agree, you shouldn't confuse preservation and markers. They're two different things.
Two different things.
But we should preserve what resources we have. Although I do think that I forgot what it was called, Aero Industries is the place.
That's the Disney place? I think you're right.
Unfortunately, I don't think that building still stands.
I think it does, but I think it's not terribly remarkable.
Oh, okay. But those are the kinds of things that we are looking at. So I think that's all I have for the visioning.
Okay, I don't have a lot to add. I guess what I would add is under the fourth box, multimodal corridor, I would just add tree-lined streets. I mean, I think we're getting at it in a number of other ways that it's stated, but I think we should just be clear. That's really what we're going for is tree-lined streets. And I love the idea of including the Stevens Creek Trail as part of that. I think that's really an important part of our community. And parks. And then I just was going to go over the generalities that I heard and see if that confirms with what you heard. I don't really think we need any straw polls. Do you think we do?
I think I'm prepared, when appropriate, to go back and synthesize key points that staff heard to confirm.
Okay, you want to just, I mean, what I heard one was about the retention of businesses. That's a very strong goal. The streetscape. We've all talked about the value of the streetscape and the improving it and extending it. That's a very important concept. We've also heard quite a bit about destination, community, and also from one of our public speakers that this is a gateway. You know, if you get off of 101 onto Moffett, that is a gateway to Mountain View, and so it's all of those things. And then the moving toward the unique identity of the area. It has some identities we've talked about, but I think kind of cementing them, particularly in that streetscape plan, is what we're shooting for. So does that sound right? What was? Oh, yes, and also preserve historic resources. And not just put up plaques. Although I think putting up plaques is also a really good thing to do because, I mean, they're different, but you can't always preserve the resource, or something happened there before that is now gone, and it's good to remember. And I think I did say important, incorporate Stevens Creek Trail. Okay, so is that what you need? That's question one. Okay. Parks. Oh, yes. Several people mentioned parks, and the idea of it would be nice to have parks and a large park. And that, I think, leads us into the next question, right?
Mayor, if I could, I do need to circle back to some remarks from Vice Mayor Matichek to confirm council's direction. Sure. And so there were two statements made. The first, and both related to box number 1, the thriving hub of economic activity. The first was to remove the streamlining mention. I think the notion was it wasn't unique enough to the Moffett Boulevard area. It's more of a citywide approach. I understand the comment. I think what this is trying to get at in relation to thriving economic activity maybe could be restated as clear development standards and regulations in the precise plan to allow the businesses to know what they're able to do and to do it quickly.
But isn't that also a citywide thing we're working on?
It is, but I think the unique emphasis through the community feedback and from the council on the strengthening of small business opportunities does lend a unique angle to that citywide issue that's of particular importance here.
That's okay with me if it's okay with my colleagues. Yeah.
So a rephrasing of that. And then the property assembly strategy, I think your remark was to remove that. I think we did encounter in this area the fact that the small parcels do present some complications, and a property assembly strategy or incentives to assemble properties could provide more flexibility to development. And so I just wanted to confirm if that is the council's direction to delete that or to keep it or to refashion it in some way.
No, I'm not against, I'm against deleting that. I think that's important. What do other people think?
Do we have incentives to do that in other areas like El Camino? Or do we just encourage it?
There are incentives that have worked to varying degrees, things like minimum lot sizes for certain types of development or certain incentive opportunities that could be available. They occasionally, projects will come in to take advantage of them, but it's often unclear whether they would have done the assembly anyway, because there are just benefits of assembling parcels just for economic feasibility reasons as well. So it's something that we can continue to look into innovative solutions for. A big part of it is just the messaging too, and just having somebody there at the counter, somebody coming in and saying, hey, I'm interested in doing something in this area. And we say, we've got this policy to encourage parcel assembly, maybe talk to some neighboring parcels too, and that can help as well.
So I'm not against assembling parcels. To me, it just feels like we do that throughout the city. So I didn't see what was unique about it in this area.
And then I think the one other point, just to confirm if there's broad council direction, relates to the exploration of opportunities to go above 1.85 floor area ratio, and whether community benefit framework is something that might be a tool that's explored as one of the alternatives that we bring back in the future.
Councilmember Hicks has a response to that.
I feel like that one, I don't have a clear enough picture of that one. I feel like it belongs more when we talk about densities and land uses. I feel like I'd be getting ahead of myself to put that in at this point.
Sure. I think maybe to rephrase the question, is there any reason we would want to limit staff's exploration to a maximum of 1.85 FAR? So I think we can explore various options if there are such to figure out what outcomes that higher FARs might help us to achieve, whether housing, ensuring mixed use, or incentivizing parcel assembly and what have you. There's not a limit at this point.
Yeah, personally, I thought that's more the direction we were going in, that would be, that all options were open to come back and tell us what would help us achieve our goals, but not making a commitment to a particular density at this point.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so with that, we will move on to question 2, and that is about the boundaries. We have, and I think we can answer the 3 questions together, 3 remaining questions together. So I'm going to call them question 2, even though there's 2, 3, and 4. And I believe that Councilmember Kamei.
Yeah, I'll kick us off. So for 2, 3, and 4, yes. I think we've had quite a bit of robust conversation about things that we'd like to achieve, and I think being able to enable that is of interest. I also think should anything happen, we have ample opportunity and time to work with our residents and our community to receive their feedback. So I am in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Kamei. I think it's important to provide staff the latitude to return to us with some ideas for what would be possible in these locations. I agreed with one of the speakers, Daniel Shane, who said, well, this might be an opportunity to revisit the development standards at 555, which I know were a source of consternation for many in our community. And, we could start talking about things like I always forget the term he uses, but yes, thank you. So I think this is a good opportunity to explore what development standards might look like, because a lot of development will be occurring adjacent to 85. The only other direction I would like to explore, if there's council majority support, is not limiting ourselves to just this boundary with the inclusion of these properties, but and I know this is difficult. I'm not immediately prepared with what an alternative boundary would look like, but if staff needs some firm guidance tonight, then I would be happy to suggest some ideas with the full council. But going a little bit beyond to the east and to the west of the boundary closest to the transit center, to see, again, what types of opportunity exists, whether expansion of the boundary can help us achieve some of the objectives in the visioning framework, and then also to create additional capacity for housing and affordable housing in particular. So yes to 2, 3, and 4, but also openness to exploring expanding the boundary beyond that. Maybe not quite as far as the MVCSB and EMB letter. That does feel more like the absolute maximum that you could include within an understanding of the neighborhood. I know that's a very large undertaking, but maybe something more tactical and appreciating what proximity to the transit center affords this area. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Matichak has a clarifying question.
So earlier this evening, I asked, when you're asking us if we want to include these properties, is it for future study or for inclusion and therefore a longer time period for the precise plan? And we're answering just, yes, we want to include them so far, but shouldn't we also clarify if we mean?
I think I heard Councilmember Kamei indicate that inclusion of the 3 parcels with a future study area approach with triggers to be developed for appropriate community involvement and planning at a later date.
But when I asked questions earlier, I did ask to clarify if we included the 3, would we still meet the December 31st, 2025 deadline? And staff answered yes. So including these 3 would not lengthen it. My understanding was it would be lengthened if we went beyond these 3 areas.
I think that's generally correct. And again, there are variations of each of these scenarios, and I think exploring them and getting some clear direction is necessary. So including an area in and of itself isn't particularly impactful if it's designated for future study, because nothing's changing, and we don't need to engage the community. We don't need to come up with alternatives and plan for various outcomes. If we begin to direct study and planning and new policies and direction for these areas, the smaller the area, the less impact. The greater the area, the more impact. And so, there was a variation from Councilmember Ramirez to maybe look at areas closest to the transit center. That's a new variation, but a narrower scope than the entire YIMBY area, for example. So, we just need clear direction on what the council majority would like us to explore and bring back.
So sorry, Councilmember Kamei, maybe I misunderstood your question, but I thought the answer was if we include these 3 projects and we look at the land use and the intensity and stuff as part of all of this, it would delay it beyond December. But if it's just future, yes.
So
I think
Right,
initially, I think, as I understand it, what we're talking about now is looking at the streetscape is really, those are the requirements that would be finalized within the first year. Isn't that what we're talking about?
I think we were, and then Councilmember Ramirez tried to expand it. That's what I think happened. So when I was speaking, I was merely talking to the 3 questions with the idea that they would be included for streetscape as future study. And then I believe when Councilmember Ramirez he began saying he agrees with that, but he'd like to do additional. So that is my understanding.
So next is Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Kamei and including all for 2 through 4, all 3. I am open, similar to Councilmember Ramirez, to expand it more. I understand that probably causes some heartburn to staff, so I don't know exactly if that will go through or not. And I would prioritize more of the areas closer to Central Expressway and the Transit Center. I have a little heartburn including the mobile home park until we get more protections there before that would get, if that would get it, but it's not on there anyway, so that should be fine. But I am open, and yes, 2 through 4.
Thank you. And next is Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, so I'd like to include all 3 additional properties. I'm assuming that means, I guess it was the staff recommendation, for future study, except that the streetscaping can be done immediately. Well, maybe not immediately, but soon. And I'm also open to including some other sites to the east and west. I'm particularly, there's a rectangular site bordered by, I don't know, either Santa Rosa or Moffett and Central Horizon and Willowgate, which has a lot of kind of old is not bad. I live in a very old house, but houses that don't seem to be being redeveloped as much as in some other areas. And it's a mix of, I think, R1, R2, and R3. That to me it's a mix of small cottages, old apartments, and a little commercial it looks like one of the areas that might most benefit. I drove through it this morning. It looks like, it's pretty near the train station. It looks like one that might benefit. I want to know, is the community open to it or not? I'm sure that's what you'll be exploring. And there's also an area along Central Avenue from Moffett to Horizon that has it looks like just some very underperforming commercial that could really, and there's a building kind of near there along Moffett, a very long strip mall that's for sale now. It just looks like that area might be, I've heard many people say that uses in this area are not going to change, but some of these I see, for sale. I see possible things happening in that area. And then I've also heard that to the west, there was some talk, some people at the community group saying they were interested. I'm sure some people are interested and some not, but I'm open to exploring that. Again, at a future phase, because I think that this area may, people keep saying it's not going to change, and then things are built that people don't particularly want. So I don't want to, I do want to do the strip along Moffett as quickly as possible so that we get some of what residents want out of it. And I'm also little concerned about the idea of what triggers revisiting those properties, because I don't want the element that triggers it to be that somebody proposed a development so it's really too late. I want to make sure that our triggers, I don't want to do it immediately because I want to do the Moffett strip first and make it more walkable, but I don't want to wait too late so that things are proposed that we don't want. And that's it.
Vice Mayor Matichak.
So I'm okay including the 3 properties just in terms of the streetscape for now, and that their land use and any other changes would be in the future.
Thank you. Yes, and I too am. I think that the idea of including the streetscape, and I would and the 3 areas, I would. I'm all for that. But I'm also interested in the idea of expanding both the streetscape and the areas that Councilmember Hicks talked about. All of those extra things, however, in the future study kind of point of view. Now, the streetscape, particularly if we could go to the intersection of the Stevens Creek Trail and Moffett Boulevard, I think that would add a lot. It would add a long consistency, which would be very attractive over time. So that's what I would really like to see. And I don't think that was in the question. Councilmember Kamei talked about that when we were talking previously, but we didn't mention it this time. So maybe we need a straw poll on that, since I'm the last one. Show of hands of people who were interested in having the streetscape go all the way to the Stevens Creek Trail. Yeah. Okay. So there's consistency on that. And then staff, do you have some questions for us about what we mean about considering the other areas? There are 1, 2, 3, 4 of us who are interested in that. Councilmember Kamei has a question.
Great, thank you. So the reason why I didn't talk about adding anything additional is that when I look at Figure 2, quite a few of these areas are zoned R3. And my understanding is council looked at the R3 update in April, and I would prefer, and hearing Councilmember Hicks talk about phasing, I'd prefer to go forward as proposed, include the 3 as future study, and then be able to address some of the other concerns with the R3 update. Just if you look, even the areas you mentioned, Central and Horizon, that's all R3. Looking into Cypress Point is R3. And so I feel like council is already working on that, and I'm not looking to make any of our work redundant. And I don't know if staff would interpret those areas that were mentioned the same way, but I would say, and I heard Councilmember Hicks also mention not wanting to hold up the streetscape and moving forward. So I think it's they complement each other, the work that we're doing with the R3 zoning update and what we could be doing tonight. And I don't know if staff looking, and those areas will be addressed, correct?
That's right. I think, excuse me, I would need to go back and compare the specific areas to the map that Councilmember Hicks noted, but as I followed along, I suspect many of those areas are R3 zoned.
Let's see, but there's R1 and R2 in that area too. If you look between, so a large part of it is R3, about, I don't know, a little over half is R3, but there is a part that's R1 and R2.
But that's the Adobe building.
No, the Adobe building is right along
here.
Moffett. It's the pink area.
So I think to Councilmember Kamei's point, one concern I do have is redundant work, and the fact that we do have this very large R3 zoning process underway, and I think one of the key objectives that we're trying to accomplish is figuring out how to achieve more housing development capacity through that R3 process. And so it would be potentially redundant work and perhaps deviate from the broader citywide approach. And it may be an opportunity to come back to the Moffett Boulevard precise plan if the broader citywide R3 approach does not achieve those desired objectives, or if it would do so in a way that would be incongruent with the objectives of the Moffett Boulevard precise plan.
Yeah, so that could be a trigger for it.
Exactly. So for those areas, if they were to be included, that could be the future study area trigger.
You happy with that? Councilmember Hicks?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that could be the trigger. Whatever happens with R3, if we think it's not sufficient, I think there's another comment down the road there.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you. So it sounds like this may have been resolved, but just for my benefit. So it sounds like we'll probably do a straw poll to test this, but a majority would be comfortable with the areas proposed by Councilmember Hicks as a future area of study. And then the trigger would be some check-in point related to the R3 update. So it could be included or would be within the Moffett precise plan boundary. We're not going to ascribe heights or FAR immediately, but would continue work when it's when that trigger point is hit. But it's a little bit broader than the R3 because it includes some of the additional, the area going up to, you said Horizon, I think, the southern portion.
Yeah, there's a rectangle, about a third of it is something between a third and a half, 2/5 maybe, is R1 and R2.
My fractions aren't as good as they used to be. But was there also, I can't recall, so I didn't get all of the suggestions that you were contemplating. Was there also a portion on the western side of Moffett, or is it entirely the eastern?
Well, you and April Webster apparently were at a table at a community meeting where several people from that table said they wanted their area included, and that's all I know about that.
That is true. There were two gentlemen there who lived in that area who asked to be included in the precise plan. But what you were suggesting was include that as an area in future study, and then we would work with the community to better understand what the expectations are.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
All right, so with that, staff, do you have what you need?
Let me just make sure I understand.
That's always good.
Yeah. So we have some direction to re-engage some areas for inclusion in the precise plan at a later date on the east and west sides close to Central Expressway. The benefits of including them in the precise plan, like, so the big three properties that we started this conversation with, there are benefits of including them in the precise plan at this time, and then studying future land uses at a future date. The benefits of including these other properties at this time may not be the same. So you don't have the streetscape standards. You don't have the kind of addressing P district standards that may not be clear. So I guess I want to make sure that the direction from council is to have a trigger that would maybe modify the boundary of the precise plan at a future date for these properties, right? While the direction for the big three, the three that were previously addressed, is to modify the precise plan boundary now, but to address land uses at a future date. Then the alternative, which I'm not sure if this changes the scope and budget, because it would potentially change some fundamental data that we're collecting about the precise plan area, is to include them in the precise plan area and then just say, without change to regulations, right? And say, just reference R1 or reference R3 within the boundary of the precise plan area. But I would have to check with our consultants to see if that affects any of the data that we've already collected and mapping work and other analysis. I think there is also a question about kind of transparency to the community about that, and what, as part of an outreach process, we're changing lines on a map, but it doesn't mean anything right now. And what does that mean to the community, and how do we communicate that to the community? There may be more work that we'll have to do in order to tell that story. And so the direction to include it in the precise plan now, I can't say for sure that it wouldn't result in some budget and time consequences.
Okay, but you could get back to us with what they are in the future.
Well, the critical path right now is the project boundary, the boundary of the precise plan. That is the critical path right now that we need resolution on.
I think my sense is there seems to be majority support for inclusion of those areas and finding the appropriate trigger. And so we may just need to include them, and then we can follow up later to indicate what those impacts were. I don't think that there's an opportunity to check back in again with the council on what those impacts might be and whether or not to include it in the planning area. And so I think we need to make some informed judgments tonight about the council's desire to do that, and we will just manage the timeline and budget impacts accordingly. It being a narrower area, my sense is it will be a smaller budget and timeline impact, but it isn't an area that we've contemplated thus far including, and so I think it's realistic to expect there will be some degree of budget and timeline impacts.
Okay, so should we have a straw poll about that? I think that would be a good idea. So everyone who's in favor of moving forward with a slightly larger area.
No, I'm just going to say how I'm going to vote. So, because I'm not going to be able to support extending the boundaries beyond the 3 parcels, and I just want to explain to the community why, which is when I look on this map and I see the R1s called out, those are residential homes. And I don't feel comfortable expanding a boundary map area for people who already live there in their single family homes. So as I mentioned in the R3, those are going to be part of our R3 update discussion. But for those that are R1, having lived in this community for a number of years prior to the new community I live in the city now, those are plan communities, and if you've walked in those areas, you will see that. And I don't feel comfortable doing that at this time without understanding the implications of what it would be to our timeline and staff, as well as the residents that live there who may read about it tomorrow that we've incorporated their home into our precise plan update without their knowledge. I don't feel comfortable at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Matichak.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Given that the noticing about this was about specific boundaries that did not include an expansion, I wouldn't feel comfortable expanding it without community input. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's transparent. And it just doesn't feel good to me to do that. And as part of R3, if we're looking at a portion of that, and actually I thought the R3, is my understanding, maybe I've forgotten, we weren't looking to do this citywide. We were now going to choose specific areas. And I'm assuming we've looked at this area as well. And so I feel like this might already be incorporated into the R3 project. So I don't think we should include the additional properties at this time.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, I didn't know that we had to include it at this point. I thought that, and I'm not comfortable including it without noticing residents first. So if that's the way it has to be, if we have to include it tonight, then I'm open to including it in the future, but not tonight.
Yeah, just on that point, I think, as with any planning document, the council can direct staff to revisit the plan in the future to incorporate new areas, to expand the boundaries, to change the approach in the plan. So I think what we need tonight and what seems to be evolving is a consensus about whether or not to broaden the planning area and the boundary of the planning area with or without some type of trigger for future study and change of regulations. It's important for us to know that for CEQA purposes, for budget and timeline purposes, for transparency and community engagement purposes. So the ongoing discussion is very helpful for us.
Well, one of the things that concerns me is, I'm going to take a turn here. One of the things that concerns me is that, particularly from CEQA point of view, we will expect to have to do a CEQA document on this precise plan before we're finished, right? And with CEQA, you can always make your area smaller, but if you haven't included an area, then you have to redo the CEQA. So it's better practice to include a larger area and then winnow it down later than vice versa, because that really messes up your timeline. So, and I guess the other thing that I think about is that when I look at the precise plans I worked on when I was on the Planning Commission, we wanted to do the idea of considering the land use in a whole neighborhood. And what we're thinking about with this is very much kind of a streetscape, which I'm not opposed to working on that initially. I think that is a way to phase it. But really, the value of precise plans isn't just in streetscapes. It's in being able to update and incorporate the whole neighborhood. And this adjacency to the rail line and the transit center means that that whole area there shares that, it shares those characteristics. It's not just along the Moffett corridor pathway. So I really think that it's better to start a little bigger and winnow it down in the future. If we decide, well, we don't need to include that anymore because it's been dealt with in R3, that's fine. But it seems like we've been working on R3 for 3 or 4 years now, and we haven't made much progress. So I'm a little loath to depend on R3 as a process we can count on, because anyway. So I feel like starting out a little larger is a wiser practice. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with you, and I was looking for, I think, a reasonable comparison, and that might be the downtown precise plan, which includes a number of single-family residents, and there are some mitigating factors, I guess. So I appreciate staff's note that we can. Precise plan is a nuanced document, and so there isn't necessarily a set of development standards that apply uniformly, but it can include sub areas as the downtown precise plan does, or El Camino, right? So we could say in this area, reference R1 or reference R2. So the community has assurance that we're not actually changing any development standards and that they would expect a radical transformation of their neighborhood. But the other thing too is there are some additional, not overlays, but you have the downtown precise plan, and then you have a general plan land use designation that's different, right? So these are single family homes, in the precise plan, but it's not necessarily the land use designation in the general plan, which has much more development capacity than what you would ordinarily have with that area, right? So presumably the same thing would occur here. You might see this single-family neighborhood or really a couple of homes included in the Moffett Boulevard precise plan, but we're not changing the general plan land use designation, which means it will still be restricted to single-family development. But it gives the council options down the road once we've figured out what the reasonable triggers might be, and it gives us time to work with the community and plan for additional capacity or reasonable opportunities that help us implement the vision. So I would hope we don't constrain ourselves further, and that we might employ similar types of strategies as we do with the downtown area, providing the protections and assurances that the community, I think, would need, and then in the meantime, work with the community over time to better understand what their aspirations and vision might be for the future.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I guess I'm just wondering, so I'm hearing arguments on both sides, and I guess I'm just wondering what the potential so I'm hearing arguments to include more because of CEQA and so forth, and maybe take them out later, but I also am leery of what Councilmember Kamei said, people waking up tomorrow and hearing that their homes are in this plan and they never heard about it before. Is there a way of doing that noticing that that is clear and respectful in terms of saying, it's been included, but there are no changes, and you have the potential to work on what those might be or not be? I'm just trying to figure a path forward that is basically respectful to people in terms of noticing.
Sure. I think there are a couple issues at play. Mayor Showalter is correct in that the conservative approach in some cases is to over-include, and you can scale down later with more focus. I think squaring that with the policy implications of that, which could be to alarm residents unnecessarily if their area is included, and the uncertainty that's associated with that as to the outcome of their property rights, if you will, and the impacts on them and their families. And so that's a policy call that the council will need to make. I think whatever the outcome is, if it's to include the R1 areas and the other associated areas, we can make focused outreach to those communities, send notices, and let them know a decision was made to include you. Here's how you can follow along with the Moffett Boulevard planning process. I don't think we can give them any greater clarity or certainty than that because the council hasn't made policy decisions on triggers or land use or anything. That is coming in the alternative consideration process next year. But what we can do is clarify, you are wrapped into this process more particularly now, and we would encourage you to participate and stay informed, and here's how you could do that.
Vice Mayor Matichak.
Yes, so I have a question about that. If we're saying you include those properties, but there's no change, then what would you study under CEQA?
Well, I think at minimum we need to describe the area and indicate how it fits into the existing baseline and future projections for the background data that's part of the CEQA process.
But you wouldn't be saying it's changing from current density or FAR to a new one because we don't know what it would be.
That's right. We wouldn't have any change specifically to analyze in the environmental review process at this time. I think with the understanding, if it's included, it's likely to be a trigger for future study and existing conditions and regulations would remain applicable. The other point to sort of the approach outlined by Mayor Showalter is that we would already incur those budget and timeline impacts with that conservative approach to include the area. And so if the council decided later perhaps not to include it in the planning boundary, we would have already incurred the consequences of the decision to over-include at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that, I think we're at the point where we need to have a straw poll. Who is the question really is who's interested in having the rectangular neighborhood described by Councilmember Hicks included in the boundaries at this time. So if you are, please raise your hand. Okay, so that's 4 opposed. Okay, that's 4-2, so that passes. All right. So I think that brings us to the end of this discussion. Is that correct? Or are there some more questions with all these questions we raised?
I think that clarified it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, I need a break. So let's take 5. Yeah. No, she's. Okay. Since we're starting past 10, we need a resolution to continue. Councilmember Remmels.
I move to continue this meeting to past 10.
Thank you so much. We have a second. All those in favor? Going to get the vote. All right. It passes 4-1. All right. So now we are about to start 7.1. This is our public hearing for tonight. The residential development project at 2645-2655 Fayette Drive, our Builder's Remedy project. And the principal planner, Diana Pancioli, will present the item. If you would like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. I'm actually going to start this evening the presentation. Because this is the first Builder's Remedy project that City Council will be considering, we thought that it would be helpful to the Council and to members of the public to have a little background information about the Housing Accountability Act, Builder's Remedy, and its impact on City Council's consideration of this project and other Builder's Remedy projects to come before this body. To start out, the Housing Accountability Act, the intent of it, which is a framework for consideration of all these housing development projects, is to significantly increase the approval and construction of new housing for all economic segments of California communities by meaningfully and effectively curbing the capability of local governments to deny, reduce the density for or render infeasible housing development projects and emergency shelters. And the interpretation and implementation of the Housing Accountability Act states it is the policy of the state that the Housing Accountability Act be interpreted and implemented in a manner to afford the fullest possible weight to the interest of and the approval of the provision of housing. So with just the intent and the interpretation, it's clear that the state has a significant interest in increasing the development of affordable housing and housing within California communities. Next slide, please. The Builder's Remedy is a provision of the Housing Accountability Act, and it applies to qualifying housing developments. Generally, housing developments qualify when they submit a development application before a city has adopted a substantially compliant housing element. And at least 20% of the total units will be sold or rented to lower income households, or 100% of the units will be sold or rented to moderate income households. So in order for a project to be considered a Builder's Remedy project, their application needed to be submitted before the city adopted their housing element or it was certified as compliant. And then also the project itself needs to be proposing a 20% low income or 100% moderate income housing units. What is the effect when you have the Builder's Remedy provisions applicable to a particular project? The effect is pretty significant for cities. It limits a city's ability to deny qualifying housing development projects. It limits the city's ability to condition approval of qualifying housing development projects in a manner that renders the project infeasible for affordable housing development. And it prohibits a city from denying a qualifying housing development project based on inconsistency with zoning, ordinance, and general plan land use designations. And that's probably one of the biggest impacts of the Builder's Remedy. Next slide, please. So although the builder's remedy does limit local control, there are some remaining local control and enforcement authority that is left. Under the Housing Accountability Act, it states that cities may impose objective, quantifiable, written development standards, conditions, and policies. But these, in the application of these policies, it cannot reduce the proposed density. So while the cities are still allowed to apply these policies, they need to do so in a manner that is not going to reduce the proposed density of the housing development project. Also, it's important to understand what objective means. It is specifically defined in the Housing Accountability Act, and it states that it means involving no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and being uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criteria available and knowable by both the development applicant or proponent and the public official. And so objective means there is literally no decision-making process on behalf of the public officials or city staff. The criteria is laid out. It's easy to find the criteria. You have to meet A, B, and C, and if you meet A, B, and C, you're done. So that's what objective means in this context. In addition, the Housing Accountability Act or provisions of the Housing Accountability Act state that nothing in the Housing Accountability Act shall be construed to prohibit a local agency from imposing fees and other exactions otherwise authorized by law that are essential to provide necessary public services and facilities to the housing development project. This is an area of tension, and it is uncertain how courts will rule. It appears that fees can still be collected, but these fees definitely need to be otherwise legal. And how a court will interpret authorized by law that are essential to provide necessary public services and facilities to the housing development project is still a bit of an open question. So while it seems clear that fees can be imposed, how much those fees can be and what the criteria is going to be to prove that the fees are justifiable is still a bit of an open question. In addition, the Housing Accountability Act does not relieve local agencies from complying with the California Environmental Quality Act. And then there's a couple of other things that local agencies can still do with regard to health and safety. If a proposed project will have a specific adverse impact on public health and safety, and that impact cannot be mitigated without rendering the development project unaffordable, then it's expected to arise infrequently, but a project could be denied under those circumstances. But the law makes it clear that that type of impact is not anticipated to be used very frequently by cities. So it really has to be a significant impact on public health and safety before a city could avail themselves of that. In addition, a project could be denied or conditions could be imposed if it's necessary to comply with specific state or federal law. And then there's also some special carve-outs for land zone for agricultural or resource preservation. Thank you.
Okay, now a little bit of specifics of the project. Well, good evening, Mayor and the City Council members. My name is Diana Pancholi, Principal Planner with the City's Planning Division, and I have with me tonight the Project Planner, Jeffrey Sumura. The item in front of you tonight is a residential development proposed at 2645-2655 Fayette Drive. A little over half an acre project site is located on the south side of Fayette Drive between Del Medio Avenue and San Antonio Road. The site is currently developed with a single-family home and 5-unit apartment complex and a 6,900 square foot of a commercial building. The general plan designation for the site is high-density residential, and the zoning for the site is residential only use restricted area within the San Antonio Precise Plan. The surrounding uses include 3 to 4-story multifamily residential buildings to the northwest and southwest, a city park, Fayette Greenway, to the southeast, and another city park, Fayette Park, across Fayette Drive to the northeast. The applicant is requesting the following entitlements for the proposed project as shown on the screen here. It includes a planned community permit, a development review permit, a provisional use permit for a roof dock above the 7th floor, heritage tree removal permit, and a vesting tentative track map. The proposed site plan includes project frontage along the Fayette Drive, an at-grade and a below-grade level of parking, a striped accent paved plaza at the entry lobby along Fayette Drive at the project's southern corner, and trees and landscape areas along the frontage as well. Vehicular access to the parking garage is provided at the project's north corner along Fayette Drive, and low water use ground cover and California native accent trees line the remainder of the perimeter, primarily along the shared property lines with the Fayette Greenway. The proposed multifamily residential use is consistent with the high-density residential general plan designation and the residential-only use restricted zoning within the San Antonio Precise Plan. The project as proposed meets a few development standards in the Precise Plan, but does not comply with all the standards. However, pursuant to the builder's remedy provisions of the Housing Accountability Act, the city may not disapprove the project based on the project's non-compliance with these standards. In terms of design, the project features a contemporary architectural design with materials such as stucco, lap siding, and thin brick in warm neutral tones. The project uses balconies to provide vertical building articulation to break large spans of wall plane, as well as provide private open space for the future residents. In terms of landscaping, the project includes approximately 19,000 square foot of open area and landscaping. This includes ground level landscaping and pedestrian pathways, outdoor patio areas, upper floor courtyard, and approximately 3,000 square foot of roof deck above the 7th floor. The landscape plan utilizes a number of low water use and native plants. However, it is unclear at this time whether the proposal will meet the City Council's 75% native landscaping goal. The project site is currently developed with 16 trees, including 9 heritage trees and 7 non-heritage trees. All 16 trees are slated for removal due to their location within the project's proposed building footprint. Additionally, some of the heritage trees also show signs of poor health or structural decline. To mitigate the loss of these trees, the applicant will be planting 26 new trees across the site at a 2:1 replacement ratio for the heritage trees and a 1:1 replacement ratio for the non-heritage trees. In terms of the affordable housing plan, the affordable housing component of the project includes 20% of the total units for lower income households. This exceeds the city's 15% BMR requirement and qualifies the project for builder's remedy. The project is proposing to provide at least 20% of the BMR units, including 4 units at 50% area median income, or AMI, and 10 units at 80% AMI. The city's BMR ordinance requires affordable units to be reasonably dispersed through the project and have a proportionate distribution of units by number of bedrooms to market rate units. The project includes 5 studio units and 9 one-bedroom units. Although the city and the applicant dispute whether this project must meet the proportionality requirements, this issue has been resolved through a settlement agreement, and the city staff recommends approval of the project consistent with the settlement agreement. In addition, the city's BMR ordinance requires a legal mechanism, usually in the form of a deed restriction, that preserves identified BMR units at affordable levels in perpetuity. Under the builder's remedy provisions of the Housing Accountability Act, the applicant must provide sufficient legal commitments to ensure that all affordable units remain affordable for a minimum of 30 years. But pursuant to the terms of a negotiated settlement, the applicant has agreed to a 55-year deed restriction for the project. The 6 existing dwelling units on the property are vacant. Therefore, this project is not subject to the city's tenant relocation assistance program or ordinance. But 5 of these 6 units to be demolished are subject to replacement requirements outlined in the state law. The proposed 14 affordable housing units being proposed will fulfill this replacement requirement. In terms of parking, the project is located within 1/2 mile of the major transit stop and is not required to provide any parking as per Assembly Bill AB 2097. However, the project applicant is proposing 101 vehicular parking spaces and 83 bicycle parking spaces on site. A multimodal transportation analysis, or MTA, to determine local level project impacts, including bicycle, pedestrian, and vehicle movement study, was not prepared or imposed due to applicability of the builder's remedy provisions of the project. The precise plan also outlines a streetscape including a 4-foot wide planter strip and a 6-foot wide detached sidewalk. The proposed plan shows a 6-foot wide attached sidewalk with planting behind the sidewalk. Compliance with the precise plan standard would impose limitations on the site design and the safety and disabled person parking provisions as well. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the builder's remedy project as currently proposed, notwithstanding its non-compliance with the precise plan. The project is subject to the city's parkland dedication ordinance. This requires either the dedication of parkland or the payment of an in lieu fee. Given that the San Antonio planning area is deficient in the parkland and given the proposed development is constrained to provide adequate parkland, a fee is being asserted rather than land dedication. These funds will contribute to the park and recreational facilities in or near the project area. As part of the city's ongoing efforts to reduce financial burdens on housing development, Housing Element Program 1.8 aims to update the parkland ordinance to reduce in lieu fees by at least 20% on average across a range of typical projects. The timeframe for adopting reduced in lieu fees to reduce cost on residential development is end of year 2025. Although the city and the applicant have different positions regarding the parkland dedication in lieu fee, this issue has been resolved through a settlement agreement, and city staff recommends approval of the project consistent with the settlement agreement terms. City staff recommends that the parkland dedication in lieu fee for this project be calculated by applying the lowest fair market value per acre of land identified in the fiscal year 2024-25 master fee schedule and reducing the fee by 60%. In 2020, the City Council adopted an initial study and mitigated negative declaration for 44-unit residential development previously proposed on the site. Project impacts to the air quality and noise impacts were reduced to less than significant levels with the inclusion of mitigation measures and the application of the city standard conditions of approval. As part of the environmental review for this project, the 70-unit development, City has prepared an addendum to the previously adopted ISM&D in compliance with the CEQA guidelines. It is found that the proposed project would not result in any new impacts which were not previously disclosed in the previously adopted ISM&D. Would it result in substantial increase in severity or magnitude of any significant environmental impacts previously identified? The project is determined to be consistent with the city's vehicle mile travels policy and have a less than significant VMT impact. Typically, development projects of such scale and scope are encouraged to conduct a neighborhood meeting to gather community input during project review phase. Although staff strongly encourage applicants to host a neighborhood meeting to engage with the community, the applicant has declined to conduct a meeting for this project. Similarly, the applicants declined to attend a design review consultation meeting to discuss the project design. These meetings are not mandatory, but applicants typically participate as a way to get design feedback from the staff and the community. The Environmental Planning Commission reviewed the project at a public hearing on October 16, 2024. The EPC expressed overall disappointment with the reduced parkland dedication in lieu fees. inadequate public outreach, and decision by the applicant to not adhere to the city's BMR requirements for proportional unit mix. Overall, the EPC was concerned that the project was taking advantage of the builder's remedy provisions to bypass city requirements and standards. Ultimately, the EPC voted 6-1 to recommended approval to the City Council. Staff also received 6 comment letters from the public and emails ahead of the EPC meeting. This included letters of support, another challenging city's imposition of certain development standards under builder's remedy provisions of Housing Accountability Act, and others focused on concerns with the proposed tree planting, tree removals, and the attached sidewalk condition. These letters are included in attachment 5 to the staff report. Following the EPC hearing, city staff and the applicant continued to engage in further communications and meetings regarding their different positions on the applicability of the state housing laws, including the builder's remedy provisions of the Housing Accountability Act, and the legality and the amount of applicable fees and city requirements. To avoid the delay and the expense and the uncertainty of litigation over builder's remedy law, the city and the applicant reached a compromise and have entered into a negotiated settlement agreement. Staff recommends modification to a number of standard conditions of approval in accordance with the settlement agreement as shown in the resolutions attached. In conclusion, the project is found to be consistent with the applicable development standards, achieves general plan and housing element goals by increasing the market rate and affordable housing opportunities in the city, and helps meet the city's regional housing needs allocation. Therefore, staff recommends that the City and the Environmental Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution conditionally approving the planned community permit, development review permit, provisional use permit, heritage tree removal, and the vesting tentative tract map pursuant to the conditions of approval for the Builder's Remedy project attached to the staff report, with the modification to the page 1 of Exhibit A in Attachment 1 and Attachment 2 to indicate that the development shall be substantially as shown in project drawings prepared by BDE Architecture dated October 3rd, 2024, and modifying the project condition of approval number 42 in the Exhibit A in Attachment 1 project resolution to require 75 long-term bicycle parking spaces, 8 short-term bicycle parking spaces, adding up to a total of 83 bike parking spaces instead of the 89 shown in the condition of approval. This concludes staff presentation. We did receive some public comments, I think around 4 public comments, 2 in support, 2 objecting to the project approval that has been added to the Legistar entry for this project. And staff, along with our Assistant Community Development Director, Amber Blazinski, and our Community Development Director, Christian Murdoch, are present here tonight. If you have any question, the applicant does have a brief presentation for you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's time for the applicant to make their presentation. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Showalter, Vice Mayor Matichak. Thank you very much for taking the time this evening. I admire your stamina as I've sat through the previous item. I'll just spend a brief moment talking about a little bit of the history of the project. Some of you have seen this project over its life cycle. The property was purchased in 2014. In 2016, it received tentative map approval for a 1.05 FAR 25 unit development. At that council meeting, it was suggested by a council member that we consider applying for a gatekeeper to incorporate the zoning of the San Antonio Precise Plan, be incorporated into that plan. And we ended up pursuing that. We were selected as a gatekeeper recipient. We pursued a 44 unit, 2.5 FAR building, which is very much comparable to what you see on the screen now. There was that process took about 4.5 years. We finally received tentative map in 2020. On that, I think there was a lot of learning about CA density bonus law, the process of going through a rezoning like that, and but we were successful in getting a tentative map for that. Relatively speaking, the time frame for a tentative map of 2 years, and in this case there was only 1 additional year of extension, put us in a pretty unfortunate position from an economic perspective as the interest rate environment changed fairly dramatically, and it rendered the project somewhat infeasible to be financed at the specific time frame. And that was what motivated us to pursue a builder's remedy project. In doing so, the major changes that we made were to lift the building 1 floor out of the ground. So instead of 2 floors of underground parking, there will only be 1 floor of underground parking, dramatically reducing the cost to develop the parking portion of the structure, and increasing the number of total units. Next slide, please. This just shows sort of the general context of the project. It's in the high-density area of the city. Multiple apartment buildings surround the building. There are actually something like 1,000 plus apartment buildings just right in that area around the project. I don't think there's really any ownership condominium projects there, and so we stand out in that regard and have always envisioned this as a stepping stone to ownership for many apartment dwellers to make a more permanent position for themselves in the city of Mountain View. Next slide, please. This just shows the podium deck level floor plan for the units and some of the amenity spaces, both for barbecue and spa, as well as a small area in front of the lobby. Next slide, please. All that being said, we think it's a fantastic location, as I said before, of higher density residential, and easy walking access to shopping, employers, the parks that are both across the street and along the Hetch Hetchy, that linear park, transit opportunities as well. And the consequence is the project. 70 units total, 14 of which are below market rate, 1.5 million plus in parkland and lieu fees, a substantial increase to the stock of BMR ownership housing, on-site parking provided that we believe should be fully adequate for the units that we've got developed, and a 6-foot wide sidewalk, and there may be some discussion about that relative to the SAPP streetscape. And I'd say bottom line, starting in 2014 until 2024, a 10-year collaboration with the city, and from our perspective, and hopefully from the perspective of many council members and community members, this is, I think, a great outcome. Adding 70 ownership units of housing to the city, 14 of which are below market rate, and that compares to the previous entitlement, which was 44 units with only 5 BMR units. So we feel like we've achieved really a very strong outcome, and commend the city staff specifically in working with us over this period of time to come up with what, though in some ways has some compromises, we recognize, as we're described in the staff report, we think ultimately is a great outcome for the city. Happy to take any questions.
Do any council members have questions? They're not showing up. Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thanks. You mentioned these are ownership units. Were you planning on selling them right upon completion, or were you going to rent them first?
The plan is to sell them. That is the plan. If we'd been pursuing a rental, we would have pursued it that way, and avoided the parkland in lieu fees, as the parkland in lieu fee is not being applied to rental units.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Okay. Thank you so much. So now we have to open the public comment. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on any item, on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We will take in-person speakers first. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak? I have 2 names. Okay. Start with Jonathan Razzo. And then after that, Armando Murillo.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. So I've been in this area, Fayette, for 21 years. So I have seen the whole evolution of the neighborhood, in some offices, but you could see everything, right? And then we have the dean that basically changed the whole dynamics. As the applicant mentioned, it's a high density, and that worries me, because in that little block from Camino to California Street, it used to be very quiet. Now it's very high density. That Fayette Drive, it used to be very quiet. You could drive, you didn't have to worry about crossing the street. Now people rush. We had the exit from the Dean, so it creates a lot of traffic. So the concerns I had was that this unit is actually adjacent to where I used to live, Fayette Apartments. Depending on what the exit is going to be, we're going to have a conflict with the Dean, where whenever the gates break, which happen almost every 2 weeks, we only have one exit point. And that's going to be conflicting with the new building. So I would just ask to consider that traffic impact to the current population. The second one is, we didn't get any input, right? I found out because I got this in the mail, and I was curious to say, well, what's going on? And I was very interested when the first announcement that you guys posted outside that said there would be condominiums, because I wanted to purchase one for my family, given I've been there for so long. But like the applicant mentioned, it's been about 10 years of delays. The second concern I have is, now it's gone from being 44 units to 70 units, which means it's even higher than the Dean. And I'm an astronomer. I like to see at the sky, be able to do my research. And now having all these units, it's really hard to see. Even the mountain view is gone. So that's another impact. There's a very beautiful tree there. It's a pine tree. And I use it as a reference to look at the planets, to look at mountain view, even when I'm walking on Camino. If that's gone, unfortunately, it will have to be gone in order to build this. But that's environmental impact to the few trees that we have on the mountain view side. If you cross the street on the Camino to Los Altos, there are plenty of pine trees. We don't have that many here. So I'm from MIT. There was an architecture department there. They found ways on how to preserve certain trees that had, I would say, historical value. This is not just a heritage tree. This is probably 200, 300-year-old tree. It's very beautiful, right? So what I want to highlight also is nobody disagrees that we need more housing in California, especially in the Bay Area. However, it's a little ironic that Mountain View has become the most expensive area in the Bay Area, even more than San Francisco. I have a family of 4. I couldn't even afford living at the Dean. My rent has quadrupled.
Could you please, I think your time is up. Can you? Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Armando Murillo.
Good evening again, Council. Armando Murillo, once again. I represent the Northern California Carpenters Union out of Local 405, which covers the city of Mountain View. And I'd like to say that projects like this one have the potential of being a great development and is another example of the city of Mountain View doing the right thing when it comes to meeting the commitment to its residents' needs for housing. Doing the right thing also includes selecting a responsible contractor for the job, one who will commit to upholding labor standards such as livable wage for its workers, state-certified apprenticeship programs, accessible health care, and a local hiring practice. So this, again, is only possible when we encourage contractors and developers to do the right thing. So I'm not going to echo in again on what my colleague had spoken on earlier with regard to these labor standards. I just want to, again, just reiterate that in doing the right thing is selecting a responsible contractor that will uphold these labor standards. Because one thing, when young apprentices come to me, and or any young person for that matter, and they don't know which direction to go in their careers or what kind of jobs to find, I always let them know, you know, there's three kinds of employment. There's A, B, C types of employment. There's a job, there's a better job, and then there's a career. I always advise them to seek out careers and not just the job. So that's why we advocate for labor standards. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we've had public comment and the presentations. Oh, I should find out if there are any virtual speakers. Are there? There aren't. Okay, good. So bring it back to council for council questions and deliberation. I would note that a motion to to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title and resolutions attached to the report. So who has some questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Hicks and a second from Councilmember Ramirez. And would you like to read the motion?
Yes, I would, and I'll say I do agree with the speaker who said I am also disappointed that more of the below market units are not multiple bedrooms. I agree with that comment. Nevertheless, I move to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View conditionally approving a planned community permit and development review permit to redevelop the project site by removing 6 dwelling units and a 6,900 square foot commercial building to construct a 7-story, 70-unit condominium development, 20% of which will be affordable, above a subterranean parking garage, a provisional use permit for a roof deck, and a heritage tree removal permit to remove 9 heritage trees on a 0.67 acre project site located at 2645 through 2655 Fayette Drive, and adopting an addendum to the previously adopted initial study mitigated negative declaration for the 2645 through 2655 Fayette Drive residential project pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View conditionally approving a vesting tentative tract map to create a single lot for 70 residential condominium units at 2645 through 2655 Fayette Drive, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
And if I can just remind, staff also had a modification for the record.
Do you have that up? Would you like?
If I can just repeat, is that okay?
Yeah, they're very minor, so were you just going to read them into the record? Sure. That would be fine.
With the modification to page 1 of Exhibit A in Attachment 1 and Attachment 2 to indicate the development shall be proposed and developed substantially as shown in project drawings prepared by BDE Architecture dated October 3rd, 2024, and a modification to the project condition of approval number 42 in the Exhibit A in Attachment 1 project resolution to require 75 long-term bicycle parking spaces and 8 short-term bicycle parking spaces, totaling to 83 bicycle parking spaces instead of 89 spaces in the conditions.
Okay, I accept those conditions.
And the seconder? You accept them too?
Yes.
Great. All right. And then Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to express my appreciation to staff and the City Attorney's Office for working on this project and also collaborating with the applicant to secure a settlement agreement that I think does an effective job adhering to the priorities of the council when we're working on housing development. I think this is not too far from where I live in the San Antonio area, and as the applicant had shared, it's a good location. I think that could support the density that's contemplated, not far at all from the San Antonio Caltrain station, close to amenities and services, and I think also at a scale that we've seen in San Antonio for a number of years now with the Dean, the Lansby, and the Merlot Geyer project across the street. So grateful to Councilmember Hicks for reading the motion and or reading the language into the record, and happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. So like the EPC, I am disappointed in this project. I'm disappointed that the applicant chose to use the builder's remedy to propose a project that doesn't meet our development standards and doesn't contribute to the creation of a great neighborhood. The biggest items for me are the lack of a significant contribution to the park fees. This is an area of the city that needs additional parks. The BMR unit mix, it would be better to have some larger units. And the decrease in tree canopy coverage from what's currently there. I should add, there are a couple of things I appreciate. I appreciate the applicant agreeing to having the affordable units deed restricted for 55 years versus the 30 that is required. And I also appreciate that you worked with the city on a settlement agreement. And because of that, as well as state law, I will very reluctantly support this project.
Okay, are there any more comments? All right, well, I would like to make a comment. First, I would like to thank the staff and the applicant for all the work that they have done to get to this point. I'm very pleased that we've reached this settlement agreement, and which does seem to bring together a good project, perhaps bigger than we would have planned otherwise. And maybe we would have liked the mix of BMR units to be a little different, but all in all, I think it's a very good project. I did ask the question of the trees about whether or not this would mean we would have a tree-lined street. Were the number of trees adequate to do that? And it turns out that they are, and I think that's really important. There could also be trees on the rooftop garden. Apparently that hasn't been decided yet, and they would provide, shade and some greenhouse gas reduction benefits and that sort of thing too. So I'm hoping that, we can, they will be able to increase the canopy locally, because that is something that everyone in our community is very, very cognizant of. So I'll be supporting the motion, and I see that Councilmember Kamei has a comment as well.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I was fluctuating on if I should say anything or not. It's been a really long road, as was mentioned. It's been a decade, so it was a discussion on EPC, and now it's here on council. And I think there are many iterations of the project. I had really appreciated the last one. I think circumstances are where they are. Appreciate a member of the public staying with us until late into the evening to talk about it. And that there's some, the way that this application came forward, typically there are community meetings and such. It's just a bit of a change. And so just want you to know that maybe why you're not hearing from council about that. But one thing that's remained the same about this project that I've always appreciated is that it's ownership. And I will thank the applicant for always making that a priority. This is, I think, the third iteration of the project we're seeing tonight. I will be supporting it. I know that perhaps if circumstances were different, we would also see additional elements that you aren't able to given the market, but you have stayed true to the ownership component. And while we would love to see larger BMR units, I am grateful for that commitment, because that's one of the things that I've tried to push forward on this council is the opportunity to own in Mountain View. So thank you.
Okay, so with that, let's vote. I'm happy to say that this passes unanimously. All right, so now we move on to item 8. Thank you very much to staff and applicant. We really appreciate all your hard work on this. So now we move on to item 8, council staff committee reports. Councilmember Kamei.
I just want to report that I attended the National League of Cities City Summit. It was their centennial celebration. I'm sure others will say other things, but just wanted to disclose that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. Yes, I also attended the National League of Cities conference. It was in Tampa Bay. As Councilmember Kamei mentioned, it was their 100th anniversary, and that was definitely celebrated throughout the conference. And as usual, it was a really good educational experience. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramos.
Like my previous colleagues mentioned, I also went to the National League of Cities conference. It was really fun. And I went to a lot of workshops that were major themes that were talked about was housing, AI. AI was a big component there. And what was the other one? Oh, public safety. And so that was a very fascinating thing. I also did VTA PAC this past week. It was mostly reports. Some relevant ones is that they just they granted their VTA has their own transit-oriented communities grant, and a group in Mountain View, Arts Mountain View, got the placemaking grant. So that's cool. So yay, Arts Mountain View. There's various different types of grants. That one, the bigger ones are like the planning policy, and the city of San Jose and Santa Clara got it. But yeah, yay, Mountain View.
I too attended the National League of Cities convention, and I did learn a lot, as I always do, and in particular, I enjoyed attending the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Policy Committee, and we had a very serious discussion about how things will change with the new administration, which of course is it's very new information. People are taking it all in. So there was a lot of discussion about how we will be pushing forward, but we will need to change our messaging. So I'll be reporting more back about that in the future. So with that brings us to item 9, adjournment. The next City Council meeting will be held on December 10th, and this meeting is adjourned at 10:49. Thank you.